All right, and we're live. Let's go. All right, it's been a while since I've streamed, everyone. Welcome in. The council has assembled. I got Ramon Hurtado with me here on this side. And we're gonna do some critiques for the big Discord challenge. Ramon, do you want to say hi to everybody?
Hi everybody, Happy New Year. Boys say hi. Got Cooper here. Meatball will pop in a little later. They're actually gonna be doing the critiques for us. Jake and I are just watching.
Yeah, we're gonna sit back and let the pros take care of it. I will show. So we had a little bit of actually the past 3 weeks we've had a composition challenge. I'm a little bit slow on the streaming stuff right now, guys. I haven't streamed in since the last time Ramon was on stream, actually. But right here we have our Discord and we have all sorts of cool compositions. So the prompt for this one was to make your own original painting in the winter holiday theme. We got a whole bunch of submissions. These look really good. I'm super excited. I did one too. And what that means is pretty much anything. I just wanted people to make something would be about kind of traditional, like Western Santa Claus and stuff like that. I love that type of stuff. Or like folklore or whatever you want to do for a winter holiday painting. And we're going to take a look at those. We're just going to go through them kind of randomly and talk about stuff. We'll start from the beginning. But as we build up, I think we'll just kind of take questions and talk about what is painting, what is composition, and take stuff from the chat too. So feel free to ask questions in the chat. Probably won't get to everything, but as we pick through stuff, we'll get there. Yeah, I mean, Ramon, do you want to talk about at like the most basic level, like what does composition even mean?
Yeah. So basically, from my notes that I'm getting from Cooper right now, I mean, composition is one of those things that like people think is really scary, right? Because every now and then with like drawing and painting, you'll have something that gets relegated to like the realm of being this like mystical thing that's like unknowable. And composition tends to fit the bill there. People just think that it's like, purely intuitive or just like a purely personal thing or whatever. But composition is basically just like how you arrange stuff, right? To tell a story. So, like where you put things, how you light things, how much stuff you see or don't see, like how big things are, how much there are of certain things or not. So again, composition ends up, there's certain visual tools that, we have that are, I mean, they're common to every
I'm sorry,
visual.
Ramon, I cut off your audio for a second there. I lost about 30 seconds. My bad, guys. I didn't swap something around. But, sorry, yeah, I mean, Ramon, I'm not trying to, I'm not
big art
censoring big art.
Yeah.
Yeah, the composition is how we align or how we arrange things like in the border, in the frame.
Yeah.
And I think that it's something that like art students like don't practice enough, which is it's the hardest thing because it doesn't have to be just out of your imagination or anything like that. But it's something that isn't exactly taught in pretty much any schools nowadays. You see a lot of people doing academic figures, long pose figures, but you don't really see a lot of people trying to like design original paintings. And at the end of the day, like what are the paintings for?
Yeah, I think people just think that it's like magic or it's like some like ancient aliens, like Illuminati, golden spiral type of thing. It just feels like really like esoteric knowledge.
Yeah.
But again, what I was saying before, before the, YouTube decided that it was too controversial. Is that, again, basically you're designing an experience for someone to have, right? Whether that's like making a painting or designing an amusement park or cooking lasagna, right? And so you have basically the goal, the experience that you want someone to have, and then you have the ingredients and like tools to create that experience for somebody. So as far as like composition goes and all that, and like design is just doing things on purpose. Like you already do this because you have to do that for like pretty much every aspect of your life. Like if you ever decided on like what to cook, right? Again, let's say you're making lasagna or whatever, but like specifically what kind of like lasagna, like how much sauce, how much this, how much that, for how many people. That's basically design. It's, not too far off from composition. We're just doing that, but for like visual images.
Here, do we want to maybe just throw one of these up on the screen and we can kind of work through some of these ideas? Want to choose something that we can talk about some of the basics with?
Yeah, let's do it.
Do you want to pull one out of the Discord?
Yeah.
And I will cut to you. Let me fix.
Oh, so yeah, we got some really good ones in here. You guys did a really great job on these. If I could just find the... Oh, here we go. Couldn't find the window that I was doing it on. Okay, and I think I'm sharing my screen now, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Let me just get this up.
See that desktop with 500 icons on it?
Oh, God, don't even remind me. Yeah, that's a bane of my existence. Let's see. So we're just going to random pull out of a hat.
Yeah, it's something we can kind of pick away at some of the basics with.
Let's take the roughest of drafts. Celebrate Yule, which honors the agricultural god Cronus, also known as Saturn. This is my first true composition, like ever, so do your worst. I think that's an invitation. Yeah. All right, here, let me open up a new window here, and we'll copy this guy over.
And I think it's nice too when we're talking about composition, like starting with what the idea behind it is obviously the most important thing. Like a lot of people just, they'll just start. I mean, it's okay to start abstractly or just to start making something cool, but really what guides any painting you make is the idea or the spirit or the emotion or the folklore. I mean, the best way to practice composition is just to pick some sort of folklore or something, because then you actually have a set to guide yourself with. You have these emotions, you have these notes, or what do you fill the frame with? What sort of props? What environment? How are the people dressed? All this type of stuff. That's what actually like breathes life into any painting.
Yeah, like you have to remember, like it, sometimes like all this art stuff, like drawing and painting or whatever, can feel very like technical, and it's really easy to get engrossed in that and forget that, generally speaking, the reason that you get into it is the same reason that people like play with like, Lego bricks or, have like make-believe games when they're kids, you know what I mean? Like there's a kind of like world that you want to explore or like a story that you want to tell, that kind of thing. So it's the same impulse that you have like when you're writing, for instance, right? If you do like creative writing or that kind of thing. So you don't have to think of it as like something separate. This is just like, if you're a person that like, has stories to tell and feels things, then congratulations, you're qualified to start.
Yeah. So yeah. How do you like start? So you let's say you have this idea of what was it, Cronus? Agricultural god Cronus. I'm not familiar with this one, but let's say you have this idea of this illustration. How would you, Ramon, start making a painting like this, or making a sketch like this?
Yeah, like I would. I would try to like steep myself a little bit in the story, just so that I know like what. I don't know what I did there. Just so I know like what elements I'm playing with, like what are the ingredients that we can like cook with, basically. And but I think compositions can come from like or like images can come from sort of like different sources. Like sometimes you do just get like a vision of something. You get like a little flash, like, I don't know, a figure standing in a doorway, or you get like a single word that occurs to you or something like that. But at other times it is way more concrete. Like you have a story from like your childhood, or you read something and you're like, this is cool. Like I feel a certain way about this. And, I feel this is like interesting or important enough that I want to like, kind of set it down either for like myself or for other people to see. But practically, there's a couple different things that you can do. Like one of the things that I was taught by one of my teachers, Will Weston, was to go with what you know. So start with like whatever is the thing that you have figured out, like whatever encouraged you to start this. And it could be like literally anything. Like it could be like a little drawing that you make that, you know, you're like, you get this image of like, you know, I just like feel like this, you know, this image of like someone stretching, or like just the idea of stretching or something like that. And you might not know like who this person is yet, or like where they are, you know, or whatever, but you might just know that it's like, you know, the visual idea of like stretching is like the first thing that you have. And you can build around that. You just need like a hook. You need like something to, you know, just some way to like kind of get started. And it could be, like I said, almost like anything pretty much.
With this one, I had a little bit of an idea. I think that there is some level of, some people that I've seen online, they think that artists just get a vision in their head and then all they have to do is lock that in and just copy it onto the paper. I can tell you guys that is not at all how it works. I wish it was like that. Everyone wishes like that, but you cannot train your like, you know, brain to like put these images down on the paper or to be super clear in your head. When I get an image in my head, it's very abstract. It's something like what Ramon said. I have this idea of a guy stretching, and maybe you see that really clearly in your head, but as soon as you start drawing, you're going to realize that it's where is that guy's torso tilted towards? How do his feet connect to the ground? What angle is the camera at? Or do we have a really low viewpoint or really high viewpoint? It gets really crazy. So it's not like you just get this super strong vision and that's all it is. Sometimes you can start with writing. Sometimes you get an idea. Sometimes, you know, it can come from a whole bunch of different places.
Yeah, it's the same way you get ideas for like anything else. You know, it's like you might just be in the shower and like you just get like a flash of something, but usually what you get is just like the, you know, just the kindling, you know, for an idea. Like you get like a little spark. But yeah, you don't get like the idea fully formed, like, you know, in every aspect showing up for you. Like this is, these are a bunch of process images for this famous Bouguereau painting of nymphs and these nymphs like dragging this satyr into the river to drown him, I believe. And, you know, it's like, this is like a mature painting by Bouguereau. Like he'd been doing this for a long time. And it's like, that painting started from, you know, some of these like little sketches. This is actually not unlike what we were just talking about. Like the big idea here is like pulling, right? And like, you know, partly the fact that this dude's being pulled like against his will into the water. And so it looks like he thought like maybe he'd make it like a circular composition at first. And then again, you notice like he's just, you have to kind of put yourself like in that little like world. Like you have to forget that like you can't look at it from the outside like, huh, what should I put here? Like, no, you have to like imagine that like you're one of the characters. Like, what would I be doing if I have this goal, or if I like, you know, I don't know, we just really want to drown this satyr, you know, like how would I be pulling? Like, what would be my role in this? So
Bouguereau's my favorite for this because he's so refined and so perfect, and he's the GOAT. He's like literally one of the best academic technical painters. But when you look at these sketches, they're all so loose, and his whole sketchbook is full of these. The sketchbook is on one of the French museum websites, and they're just full of all sorts of sketches like this, even for bigger drawings. Like that's so beautiful. Like you can't make that up.
It's great. It's just like you know, and it shows you like how like what the genesis of something like this is like, and like the stages that it goes through. Like straight up, like you do not get to have, you know, something like this just again like completely like out of nothing. You know, this figure started out as like some little wiggles like that, and that's not like you know, I think it's great to see it like straight from the source, like straight from like, you know, the painter of the final artwork, rather than just like someone sitting there and like speculating or telling you like, oh, this is how you would start, like whatever, right? But I think there's something really cool and like visceral about knowing like, no, this is by the person who made it, so it's like indisputable that this is how this started. But yeah, eventually he like fleshed out the idea more. He got models in there to get more specific.
These
try
bigger
out-
drawings have models, and they're like
Yeah.
probably. And Bugoro is very fast, but that full figure on the right probably took around 3 hours or so. If I had to guess. Okay.
Oh yeah, this one here. Yeah, like, and I think this one was like pretty close to what the final dude ended up being. Not all the way, so he might have done like a couple more.
There's
but
a painted study that's closer.
yeah, yeah, this isn't even all the prep work for it. That's the funny thing. This one's pretty close. This is probably like the final drawing that got transferred, but there's still some like. Well, it's interesting. Like between these two, the final is like a combination of both of them. So there may be like a third drawing or something. But yeah, like the the thing that's guiding like his thoughts is, that he again wants you to get like a certain feeling. He wants you to feel like you're in this particular like moment, almost like you're like a bystander, like you're going through the woods and like you just like happen upon this scene.
Yeah, I think that this is really nice. And no matter like what level you're at, you can always kind of plug away at your ideas. There's no skill level required. And actually, you should start doing this as soon as possible. There's an infinite trap of like, oh, I have to get better in order to do this. I have to get better in order to do this. But really, if you guide yourself with this type of stuff first, and you try to make stuff, and then as you need to learn things to make that vision that you have, you pick up new skills, you're going to acquire those skills a lot faster, and they're going to stick around a lot better. It's one of the most important things.
Yeah, because a lot of what you have to do is like be curious, like which again is like it's a thing that like people already like have in them. They just like don't transfer it to like this part of their lives necessarily. But once you have like a little inkling of a story, and you start asking like relevant questions, and that ends up giving you like the answers that you need. Or you're like, well, I don't know, like let's say if you're doing like this Krampus, like I don't know what a goat's leg looks like, so let me like go and look it up, but it's like a rabbit hole that you have to fall down. But yeah, exactly, like you don't need like there's no like price of admission in terms of like, oh, you need to be able to draw the figure like this and this and this to get started. Like, not really. So should we hop in with this one?
Yeah, let's get into this one.
All right. So I'm not like super familiar with the story. Like,
oh, this is Kronos eating his child, the Titans.
Yeah,
this is Zeus, right? I think or maybe he doesn't eat Zeus first.
No, it's like it's the same as the dude from the Goya painting that's like eating his kid, right? Yeah. So again, I don't know, like that's like the extent of like what I know about the story, but in a more like universal sense, like, okay, so you have this figure that is like about to eat his child, right? So this is not necessarily like a cheery scene, but you do get to choose like what your point of view is going to be on it. Like you can choose to focus on like the absurdity of it. You can choose to present it as like, you can show like how gruesome it is. You can, show like maybe like a general atmosphere of like dread or something. And you get to choose the moment too. Like, do you want it like right as it's happening, or maybe after the fact, or right before? Do you want like the anticipation, like the kind of buildup, or again, like, do you want something like shocking? And like, how is he doing it? Like, is he gleeful? Is he just hungry? Like, is it with malice, right? And so I would probably try to like figure that out first. And there's no right answer for that. Like, you can tell any part of that story, right? But let's say that like, I don't know, we just want to go for this kind of like, especially since you made the decision to like combine it with, like this like goat figure, then maybe focusing on this kind of like animalistic like aspect of it. So like, you have to imagine like how would you do it if you were just like, like ravenously hungry to the point that like, I don't know, you're eating like a baby. Not what I expect to be like talking about on this Sunday, but like how would you do that? And like, and where would it happen, right? But let's say, okay, there's like a table here, like this is not necessarily like composed right now. Like this is just like trying to kind of get the chess pieces on the board. But like, how do you want this to happen? Like, I'm imagining like the vision that I get is like, what if it's something like this where He's like diving in, right? Like, and again, like you get a lot of like leeway for how you want to do this. Like nothing here in this scenario like needs to be that specific. But again, you can, at least not yet, right? But again, you want to try to tap into the feeling, you know, that you think is appropriate for this scene. Like, you know, maybe like I'm gonna try to make it like not so gruesome. So I don't know, maybe this is like toward the end, and you know, it's just like the feet that are left. You know, and one of the things
You created some sort of horrible demon.
Yeah, like one of the things you can do is like, again, like you can, if you have an idea, like don't be afraid to like lean into it and just like, I don't know, get like weird with it, like see how far you can go. Like if this like creature is like so entirely unhinged to do something like this unspeakable, then like, do you think it would be beyond the pale for them to like have like a whole leg like up on the table too? You know what I mean? Like, again, I don't know exactly what a goat's leg looks like, but like, you know, we can figure that out later, right? But having that, and again, you get to decide, like maybe you want to like make it more sinister, right? And how do you make something that's like scary? How do you convey that feeling? Well, like, you know, visually, like shape-wise, like what are your choices for, you know, like what are the different types of things that you can make? You can make shapes that are pointy. You can make things that are squarish, and you can make things that are round. That's like pretty much it, right? So if you want something to be scary, like, you know, does this viscerally feel more scary than this? Probably. I think for most people it would, right? And so if you make a lot of things kind of pointy, it just plays with these associations that we have of like pointy things being like potentially dangerous, right? Because things that look like that can hurt you, right? Whereas like things that look like this don't usually hurt you, right? And so these are like kind of two extremes. The square stuff is kind of in between. But, you know, this is like one angle, you know, on the on this idea, right? And if you want it to be like this chaotic, then maybe like, you know, as he was like, I don't know, like running over here, like he like knocked some stuff over. You don't need to know yet like what that stuff is, you know, but just like you can decide on whether the scene is like one of chaos or something else, or like, I don't know, you know, is it, maybe this is something that's like really like, almost like incongruous, right? Where it's like he does this all the time. So, you know, maybe this like Krampus figure has like, you know, they have like a fork, you know, and there's like a sort of almost like silly, kind of like absurd, like refinement, you know, to them like doing this, right? Like they do this all the time. And it's like not something that like, it's something that they're doing with like a cool head. You know, maybe this is like the last bite or like whatever, right? Maybe they're like having like a little Hannibal Lecter moment. You know, so that's like, that's the deal basically. Like that, I think for this kind of thing, it's like, you want to just have like a clear notion. You want to invest enough in the idea, like you want to get into it enough that you have like, you know, just like a clear point of view in terms of like, what do you want this to feel like? What do you want people to think when they see it?
And I think that's great. That's kind of thinking about the action and the point of the story to convey like your characters like actors. I just threw together, let me make sure that I got Ramon's volume on here. I do. Okay. I just threw together too. One thing I like to think about a lot is how they're going to fit in the frame too. If you have like a vertical frame, how do you make that work? Or does this feel more natural in a horizontal frame where maybe we have, I don't know, the baby on like a, this could be a little bit more zoomed out. We could have like the baby, you know, I'm thinking about this swaddle or something over here. We have a horizon line back there, and we got Krampus maybe looming over here, looking inwards. and that would have like this long distance in this type of composition. Or we have like an oval composition, right? And now in an oval composition, I might want more lines that swirl and move inwards. So I always like to think about the frame, and Devin Corwin was on the last composition stream, and I like his analogy a lot. It's just like you're designing an abstract painting or a piece of modern art. How, before you even think of these as figures, or oh, what's the anatomy, or how does the pec connect to the arm to grab the fork or something like that, before you even think of that stuff, like, is this an interesting piece of modern art? Maybe the tangent line with this vertical frame here connecting with these two lines is a little weird. Okay, maybe before I think about how to draw the arm, I'm going to move this in like this, or I'm going to move this like this, and think about just making something that's interesting. And you can do that even on the black and white level too. Once you have a drawing that you like, the lights and the darks need to be arranged well. So it's all about stripping back the layers to the most core fundamental idea. That's always what is most important. Taking this incredibly daunting task of like, oh, I gotta make my own painting. I don't even know what to make it about. I don't know how to draw that. I don't know enough anatomy. Maybe I should go do more Proco anatomy videos. Versus actually taking that back to like, what's the most important thing? Or what is an idea that I'm passionate about? Once, Krampus and Kronos, that seems like fun. How do I make like an interesting, well-designed painting? Okay, how do the shapes of these paintings? This is probably about eating babies. It's probably going to feel a little bit more aggressive. I might want to use more triangles, right? I might want to use more types of composition that make me feel eerie or at an angle or something. Probably don't want this beautiful, flowing, elegant composition. You could if you want, but those are the ideas that I think are really important to think about.
Yeah, and like the other thing is like, you already have opinions about this, right? Like, even if you've never like drawn a day in your life or like whatever, right? Like, sometimes people feel like they need like permission from somebody else to start composing or to start like doing this or whatever. They think that there are these like rules that they have to follow, and that's just not the case here. Like, you're telling stories, you tell stories all the time. That's like effectively like what we do. You maybe can find ways of telling stories more effectively, right? Like there is like there are certain like things that you can study that like can give you like this, the results that you want like more reliably, let's say. But in terms of like how you feel about like this versus this, right? Like how you feel about like if you had a scene that is let's say like is my screen up right now, Jake? Or
Yep, you're on.
okay, so if you had a frame like this, and let's say like another one over here, yeah, like you don't need to know necessarily what this is, to know like how you feel about this, where there's like, some kind of small thing or character. It could be, this could be like the Krampus's like claws or jaws or whatever closing in, or this could be like the top view from like, a cave, and I don't know, maybe this is like a boat, right? And there's like, I don't know, like water there or something. But at a more fundamental level, before you even know what these objects are, like, that this feels like overwhelming, right? It feels like all this stuff is like closing in on this like one little thing. All of these pointy things are together, and this like lone small little round thing is it feels kind of like unsuspecting, or that kind of thing. So it's like you're gonna have certain thoughts about that are maybe gonna be different about than something where it's like something like that, right? Or like something like this. Like, you can look at this and think like, oh, it's like, I mean, this could be anything, right? This could be like 3 trees, or it could be like a family, or it could be like, literally anything. But yeah, just from like where you place stuff, or, like how big you make things. you can like elicit different feelings like in yourself or in the audience. Someone asked, does Krampus ever linger or have regret when eating those babies? Because that's what the original post here makes me think of. I
It
mean,
is.
that's
It
it.
does feel kind of sweet. Like he's kind of.
Yeah. It's like they're like cradling the baby. Like I would say like if that's what what the person is going for, the person who made this, then you can ask yourself like if you want this like tender like intimate moment, like it's this thing where yeah, like maybe the Krampus feels like some kind of regret or like apprehension before doing this, then like you know maybe you don't need to have the other stuff in the frame. Like maybe you can just crop it in to just them, right? If because that's the thing, it's like you want to show only the things that are really necessary for like the story that you're trying to tell. Anything else is like a distraction.
Mhm.
So if you're trying to show like that kind of like feeling of like regret, before like the act or whatever, then like you probably don't even need to show the legs. Like,
Yeah.
just a little bit of chair, a little bit of like, table for context and, maybe something like that, or even more closely cropped, like maybe that would be fine,
Mhm.
Um, so there's a lot of like you generate an idea and then you almost imagine that like you have like you have actors on set and you're like moving the camera around.
Yeah. Yeah. You try it vertical, try it horizontal. Think about it in, that's what Jerome used to say, the French Academy teacher. Think about it in plan view. Like, think about it like a perspective drawing. I mean, that sounds way too scary. So just think about it like, what is this room? Or should I have somebody like right up in front of the camera? Should I have somebody way back there? How close or how far? There's a million different things that you can try, and it all depends on the type of idea that you want to show. Someone asked what composition is the most interesting. I think that's the thing when you look at composition stuff is you'll see, I don't know if anyone in the chat has seen those images where it has like a Fibonacci spiral and then like 400 triangles, and it's just crazy. Some of these things are true, like there is S-shaped compositions or spiraling compositions, but it just depends on the painting and what it's to show. Something that might be really graceful and elongated and beautiful might have this very wispy, flowing movement from one side of the painting to the other, or if it's a painting like this, again, something more jagged and abrupt and dramatic might serve the purpose better. So it doesn't really matter all that much as long as there's hardly any rules. The more abstract, it's not just like, oh, the skull has 2 zygomatic bones and then a brow bone. Like that's really fun and easy to learn because someone can just sit down and tell you that stuff. But what we're talking about here is just like the essence of art itself and why we make paintings and what the paintings are for. It's a lot harder to tack rules onto those things, and it's a lot easier to break those rules and still make a great painting.
Yeah, and like the other thing is like you have to. I think the shortest path for you to learn this stuff, if you're like really invested in it, is like develop the same relationship to like painting and drawing or whatever that you have with like music or movies or books, right? Because those are also like art forms. They involve a lot of the same like arranging of elements and stuff like that. And so like you wouldn't ask like what's the most interesting kind of music, or even if you did, like you already understand that people would have different answers to that, right? And so it's the same answer for like what's the most interesting like composition for a painting. It's like, well, it's whatever's going to be most interesting to you is going to be different than for other people, right? It's usually like something that you're not used to seeing, is usually what is like interesting to people. But ultimately, like as an artist, like your job is mostly to like not necessarily to make things that are like interesting for the sake of being interesting, but to have like a story that you want to tell and then figure out the best way to tell that story, right? And it's sort of like less about you and more about the story that you want to tell. Someone said, the actor metaphor is really interesting. I usually struggle a lot on how I should frame my scenes. Because part of that is like, you don't want to think of it that way, like from the outside, right? Like if you're thinking like, how should this scene be framed? Well, you should probably be thinking like, how do I want this scene to feel? Right? Like, what's the story? Like, do I want this to be like, scary? Do I want this to be intimate? Do I want this to be sad? Do I want this to be sad and intimate? Do I want it to be sad and like kind of distant? That asking those kinds of questions like really immersing yourself in the story that you're telling, that will supply the answers. Like if you want it to feel intimate or whatever, then that tells you how to frame your scene, because it's not really going to feel intimate for the most part if it's like, shot from like 20 miles away. You know what I mean? So like if you start asking questions like that and just pretend that you're in the scene, like gaslight yourself into thinking that what you're drawing and painting is real, and then you'll have the answers that you want.
Yeah. Here, let's move on to another one.
Yeah. All right. Should we just like pick at random?
Yeah. Whatever you're feeling, you can kind of take the lead.
All
We'll
right,
kind of stay a little bit more on this slightly more fundamental level. We'll get to the big hitters towards the end.
Okay. Yeah. What's going on here? Okay. So I don't know if the person like listed like what the story is here.
Yeah, I forgot to force people to say so.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, I think we have a notion of like what's going on. Oh, this is cool. Okay, so like,
Nice.
yeah, they like actually like went through and like tried out some different ideas. So this is what like some kind of a knight or something.
Yeah.
Hearing
Saving her from a frozen pond, frozen lake.
Yeah, like a damsel in distress. Okay, cool. Yeah, so let's go ahead and jump in then.
Somebody said, if we're telling a story, should the composition always conflict or tension? How effective is a good composition versus one that is conflict? I think there's plenty. Composition is just design itself. So even if you're just doing a portrait, you're still composing it in your frame. And if you had half of the head hanging off the side of the paper because you planned your space poorly, then like you failed the composition, or you made a bad composition. So if you're just doing a portrait, generally the head should be well framed, should be centered, should have a little bit of space around it, not feeling super boxed up and close, unless you, for some reason, were making some sort of portrait that you wanted to feel really anxious and compressed. Then you would probably want to run that portrait right up against the edges in some sort of very dramatic way. But it doesn't have to be about tension or conflict. It doesn't have to be about something beautiful and romantic and love. It's just making sure that the picture feels. Actually, I'm not even going to attach a qualifier to that.
Yeah, I think it's the same as books. Like, does every book have to have like, like specifically like a conflict or like a very like in your face, like dramatic conflict? Not necessarily, right? There are some things where like, okay, how effective is a feel-good composition versus one that has conflict? I think that has less to do with composition maybe and more to do with like people. Like, I think our brains do have somewhat of like a negativity bias. So like, I don't know, maybe like things that are dramatic sometimes are like more, call out like more attention, but that's not necessarily true. And that, I mean, you'll find, plenty of, you'll definitely find a big enough audience if you want to make compositions that are about like things that don't suck, that are like not awful, Okay, so I would say here, okay, so there's two things, right? Like there's on one level, there's like the kind of like abstract, like universal story of a composition versus like the specifics, right? And so this may be like based on the book, this may be based on the legend, etc. But the basic, template here is something scary, something bad, something dangerous. This lady is being rescued from dangerous things, right? And they're still not quite like out of the woods yet. And so, okay, that's a story that I think, most of us are familiar with like that aspect. So I think what you would want to ask yourself in this composition is like, what moment in the story do you really want to show? Like, do you want to show like, the strength and sacrifice of like this person, like, saving, I guess I'm assuming they're like significant other, right? So, do you want like a kind of like, because you can frame, usually people's instinct is to frame stuff right in the middle. And that can be very effective, but it's not the only option that's available to you, right? So it's like, if you want almost this like iconic image that's almost like a movie poster, where you have like, oh, look at how like, like badass this like person is, right? And you can have like, say like them in the middle here, maybe like a really low angle so they look bigger, right? And then in the background you can have like all the stuff they've overcome or whatever, right? So that's one way to do it, is like, centering the protagonist like that. You could also have something where it's like, are they scared? Are they like, like maybe there's, if you put them like more off to the side, you could, because in the West, we tend to read compositions from like left to right, roughly, right? So maybe if you push them off to the side a little bit here, let's say that you want a composition where like you want the danger that they're in to feel more like, more present, like more scary. You can have, I mean, you already have this to some degree where he's like leaning away a little bit, right? So what if you have them leaning away like this, and they're off to the side here, and there's more room back here? The more room you have back here, you can show almost like chronologically like what they've overcome. Like, oh, this is what they're like getting away from, right? And you can play around with that. You can expand the frame and make them smaller. And the smaller you make them, the smaller you make this couple in the frame, and the bigger you make like, this like, winter storm in the back, the more vulnerable they're going to feel, right? So like if you make them like, really tiny like this, then you emphasize like, how spooky and like overwhelming and like scary this is, right? Or if you want to, I have a feeling that what you're doing here is, it's almost more like showing like the bond here and like the concern, that this person has for this other person here. I think like this is really effective, I think, in terms of like, just kind of feeling like really like vulnerable. One thing I might look at is like these feel like pretty parallel, right? Like the arm and the leg there. And so maybe, just so that, because it's unlikely that like the arm and the leg would fall in like in exactly the same way, right? So, and because of the way that like, this person is holding like her legs, like the legs would jut out this way. But this arm is kind of unsupported, so it probably would just like fall down because of like gravity, right? And so that gives us like, that's interesting because everything here is leaning so much that it might be cool to have like, just like something that's like straight up, just like vertical, just something that's like just a drop, like that. But the other thing is like, you kind of just have to like try stuff too, because again, there's no right answer for this kind of thing. And so if you're wondering, like Jake was saying, like how something would look if it's like centered or if it's like off to the side, just try it out real quick and see what happens, I think here, it might be fun to have like just like the hair like a little bit longer or something, but that's kind of like up to you. I think there's again, depending on what you want to show, like you get to choose the degree to which this person is worried about their significant other. So maybe like this is like 1 degree of worry, right? And because if they weren't worried at all, they would just be like looking forward like that, right? Or if you wanted to show like stoicism, they could be like just like head forward, but still look concerned, or just like, not turn their whole head, but just like with their eyes be like looking over here, right? But that would be like a kind of like a resignation, right? Like he's just like determined, moving forward, but still keeping an eye on her. Or if the concern is like really taking him over, then like, okay, we could do this, but the more concern you want to show, generally speaking, it's like the tilt of the head here that's showing that, right? So like the more you tilt the head, the more concerned, this person might seem, and like the more dangerous the situation might feel. I would say for just one thing to keep in mind when you have like, this is, I guess, more of like a technical thing, but with an environment or something like this, if you want this to feel more like natural, like I would say like extended past the borders of the picture, because like everything is pretty neatly contained, like the skull, the skull and the castle and all, and even the storm and like this, I think it's like a lake or a path. They all feel like kind of pretty boxed in. They're like neatly contained within the frame. But if this is a storm that's that scary, like it would probably be bigger, right? Like, so it would probably like extend further past the frame. Like, if the castle they're escaping from is like that sinister, then like, maybe like shrouding it in like, shadow, or like, again, maybe like having some aspects of it that are kind of pointier. This frozen lake thing we could like extend, further as well. But a lot of this is stuff that, again, like if someone were to ask you, like, how do you make this scarier? Like, it's like you already have the answers to that. You don't necessarily need like specialized training to do that. And then, where you place this skull, like that will have an impact too. Like, even if it's really far away, if like visually you put it like right next to them, like that, it can almost feel like it's like whispering in his ear, or it's like, really kind of closing in on them, even though it's far away, or like even though they've made it this far, the danger is still real, right? And the skull, like the skeleton thing, doesn't have to be like touching them for that to be the case. You could almost make the point that like if you have it like really close here, you can almost like suggest, or you could have it like over here or something. You could almost suggest that like the danger is traveling with them, so like maybe they're like escaping it physically for now, but like I don't know, there's some aspect of it that will always be there or whatever. So you kind of get to choose a lot of these things. Like there's no right answer, but what I would say is that there are appropriate answers. So it's like, if you want it to feel a certain way, again, like say if you want it to be like intimate or whatever, then like framing it like more closely cropped will elicit that feeling in more people, right? So it's like more likely that people will get the point that you're trying to make. So it's more about like communicating. That's basically it.
Yeah, I made a few changes on some of the stuff that Ramon implemented, so I just cropped it in. I thought it might look interesting in like a horizontal frame, and yeah, I like the crop idea. I felt like the leg doesn't feel super weight bearing, and it doesn't really feel like it's serving a whole lot of purpose to have this down here. You could have a way to do it, but I felt like it wasn't necessary, and I liked Ramon's suggestion about the longer hair. Also, one thing I want to, because this is a pretty decent drawing, and you got some color on there, you have like a nice idea. One thing that you're going to want to start to think about now is the light and the dark, because just like the shapes need to be abstractly arranged, let me throw a saturation layer on this. The black and white on this painting needs to be interestingly arranged too. And they're in this very barren, cold, frostbitten world, this tundra, I feel like. And so it needs it doesn't want to feel like black and white. You don't need to use the full value spectrum. It's not like a bright sunny day with heavy shadows. Everything's going to be kind of gray and in the middle, but we still have probably light coming from the sky, even though it's very diffuse through all this snow. So I just added some of these a little bit darker on everything that's facing downwards, under his chin, his chest, under his arms. Also, I tilted his shoulders in because he's leaning in, he's saving her. It's very like swaddling. So just little things. I also just put these kind of crappy trees in the background. Just to, again, it's just arranging the light and dark. So just some ideas there as you kind of push forward into more of the color and the light and all that stuff.
Yeah, and like all these ideas are not like, oh, this is how you should do it, this is better. Like it's, again, all you're doing, like two people would tell a story slightly differently, right? It's about like what you want to emphasize, and then just knowing what the tools are and having like just like the boldness to like push it more, or to try things so that, you like maximize the impact of what you're trying to say, right? Like you make it more like the thing. It's like if you want something to be spicy, like you're not going to put in like a couple little drops of hot sauce. Like at a certain point, you got to like really, get it in there. And that'll depend on how spicy you want to make it or whatever, right? Again, I think if any of you have ever watched Chopped, like the reality TV cooking show, I learned a lot about design from watching that because like they just give them a bunch of ingredients and they kind of have to tell a story with the food and like they have to balance a bunch of elements like, and they can't just have like a bunch of separate stuff on a plate. Like it all has to like hold together somehow.
And some of it's stuff that they've never even seen before, and so they have to take a quick bite of it and go, okay, what is like the base element of this? What does this remind me of? How can I use this in an interesting way?
Yeah, and someone had asked, I think it was Toko asked, like, if you don't, when we choose to depict an unfamiliar scene from a story, does that particularly make the composition weak? No, not really. Like, because, again, the measure of, like, you probably have to start thinking about these things less in terms of, like, good or bad, strong or weak, and more in terms of, like, you know, useful or not, or, like, on target or not. Like a composition is quote unquote good if it expresses the feeling that you want to express. What is that feeling? I don't know. But you know what I mean? It's like that's up to you. But you can choose whatever story you want. It can be obscure or not, right? But at the same time, it's like just like with this story, like we didn't know all of the backstory to it, right? But it's like, how many things could it be? You know what I mean? It's like like there's certain like there's only so many things that people do, it's like escaping from danger, celebrating joyous moments, like things, there's like maybe like I don't know, like 5 or 6 or something like kinds of stories, and the specifics change a little bit, but it's like you fall in love here, you fall in love 100 years ago, you fall in love in like where you live or 1,000 miles away. It's not substantially different. These are just kind of like experiences that we can all tap into.
Cool. Do you want to grab another one?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'll let you kind of keep taking the reins on this.
Okay, sure. Of the sleigh. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, I thought.
Oh, you thought she was getting punched in the face?
Yeah. I was like, what's going on? Yeah, y'all are like devoid of holiday cheer. Like these are all like. Wait, what is happening here?
It's Christmas spirit. That's the only caption.
Oh, okay. The angel's playing a violin. Does this kid hate it? Let's see. Oh, there is. Oh, wait, that was a different one.
It's a different one, yeah.
Oh, Christmas spirit. Okay.
I thought it was really funny that you were like, does this kid hate it? And then you just moved on to the next one. Yeah. It is like a good little observation. I think maybe they're supposed to be turning up and looking at like the stars. That's maybe my guess.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But this is nice to talk about because sometimes we have really good ideas in our head and we're like down that rabbit hole and we don't realize what somebody who's never seen it before might think just from seeing it.
Yeah, like and that's the thing, it's like you gotta like you have to like explain it to people like they're 5. It's like if you want like you can't go around like explaining like what the story is to like every person that's gonna see it. So you have to, like again, quote unquote, like good composition and good like storytelling is basically, arranging it in a way, you're framing the scene in a way that like most people would know what's going on, right? Unless you like intentionally want the scene to be chaotic and you intentionally want to like confuse the viewer, but most of the time you like want them to understand like pretty quickly. The pose is really cool. Like, I don't know anything about like playing violin or whatever. I don't know if people play like this all the time, but I think this is awesome. I mean, yeah, let's say that, let's say that it is like, something where like, okay, Christmas spirit. So like the song like inspires this kid with like a sense of like wonder or to like look at the stars or something. Like how could we show more of that? Like it is different from what we were talking about before with like, the the kind of like scarier ones, right? With all like the pointy stuff. Like
Mhm.
this is not that kind of story. So like this is maybe like more whimsical, more kind of lyrical. So, you know, if we have these like choices for like, the kinds of like shapes or lines or whatever that, like patterns that we can make, I would say that like, stuff like this, that tends to feel again like more sort of whimsical, lyrical, sort of like languid, like it's not, and the reason for that is because these things change slowly. Like curves, have like a fairly slow rate of change. They're not like boom boom, right? They don't change direction like this fast. They don't have like, like hard angles or like hard turns. So maybe the angel already has like, you know, a little bit of this going on. And I think like when you're starting, you just kind of have to like get something out there. Again, just kind of like vomit out the first idea that you have, and then like scout it for potential, like see what there is there. So again, I think this pose is super cool. Like I would try to keep as much of that as possible. Um, if this is like, this angel's probably gonna have like, like little robes and stuff. Like things are probably gonna be fairly flowing. Their body language, like just the arms are already kind of like doing this like wrapping around thing. So
The
what if we
angel
keep
feels
that?
very much so like a decorative, and
Yeah.
especially pushed by like the square composition. It feels like a Renaissance-y, like decorative, like little piece in the corner of a church or something on the wall.
Yeah, and it's like it's interesting too because like yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because there are scenes that are meant to be like, sort of naturalistic, like in the sense that, it should feel like you're there. And there are scenes that are kind of like more symbolic or like it's not supposed to be like you literally walked into the scene. So, yeah, you see that with like a lot of decorative figures, like they have to fit a certain space on the wall. So like the arms will be foreshortened or the pose will be like done in such a way that you're like, I wouldn't hold it like that, but that does look really cool, and like it fits the space or whatever. Um, so I think here, like, yeah, if we have like, all this stuff kind of like moving this way, like maybe that would be cool to have some kind of like arrangement where like stuff moves like this, and then maybe the kid's looking at something over here, and we try to like, put stuff in that follows like a pattern like this so that it's like a slow kind of move over here rather than something like more aggressive like the previous ones that we've been looking at. Oh, and here, let me redo this in a new layer so we don't have it completely covered up. But you can set up like these little tracks, almost like a clothesline to like hang elements on. And so when you are putting in like these stars and stuff, you don't have to put them in randomly. You can put them in like, let's say we extend this further, like you can kind of put them in like along the path, you know. You don't want to make it too obvious,
Mm.
but you can have like the brighter stars like along that path or whatever. Just so that like everything is kind of like funneling you through, like you see the angel, this moves you through here, and then whatever, and then there's like, I don't know, like a brighter star or something like that, or like Santa Claus on his like sleigh or whatever, right? Um,
I'd say err on the side of making it too obvious, to be
yeah,
honest.
yeah, yeah. You probably should make it like just as obvious as possible, and then like dial it back if it's like too much. But yeah, I think like one thing you can do, for instance, is like make the angel's hair. You already have this like really like beautiful like curvature to this, and again, it's like sort of very like whimsical. What if it's like kind of wrapping around, kind of like again following this pattern? What if there's like a little bit of that? What if like the angels like robes, are also like really flowing, and maybe like the way that this goes over the foot or like the way that the fabric ends here, you know, contributes to this like this curve, going this way. And of course, you can like you can set up drapery like on a on a mannequin, or you can like just, I don't know, have someone, one of your friends or like one of your loved ones like dress up as the angel so you can see what the fabric would look like. But you can come up with like the idea now of like, oh, I want like the hair and like this stuff to kind of line up and like create this like gentle curve that again like leads into more curves that like kind of get us over here. you could do this a little tighter if you wanted like the focus to be like over here, right? It depends on like how much of the environment do you want to show, how close do you want them to be, like, you know. Um, but if you wanted to keep like this format, which I think is, is cool, like then maybe you can make it like a little bit more like that. Um, with the kid, they're maybe sharing like a little too much space right here. Um, so maybe we can like push the kid back a little bit, just so that it doesn't look like they're getting like punched in the face by, or hit in the face with a violin. Because it's the physical proximity and like the face turning away that kind of does it. Like it looks like it's like a left hook. Um, so. That might also like again, you want to think of like, what kind of kid is this? Is this kid like really innocent, or is this kid like also why is this child alone? You know? Like did this kid like, lose their parents, or they like snuck out at night, or like what's happening, you know? Um I think like the way they're looking over is pretty casual. Like if you can play around with that, you don't have to change it necessarily, but like for instance, maybe with the whole like sense of wonder thing, what if they're like kind of sticking their head out a little bit more, like, or yeah, like sticking their neck out? Like what if there's more of like a little reach there, and you can kind of see like how they're, oh, and if they're really like I don't know, let's say they're like really surprised by this, like I don't know, maybe like their mouth is making like an oh like kind of look. Like when you're and just like Jake said, like in terms of like acting, in terms of like um when you're expressing like emotions and stuff like that, like make this stuff pretty obvious. Like think of like what emoji you would use, or like seriously, because it's like you use them all the time. It's like emojis, emotes, like all that. Like we use it to like enrich text and their like visual symbols, and you can like combine them and have like multiple kind of like layers of like like meaning,
the
or like
eggplant and then the water splash emoji.
Yeah, exactly. Like
comboing.
Yeah, so you already have like a vocabulary for that stuff. You could also like, if you wanted to, like I don't know, like what if this kid is so shocked that like their like the hood fell off, and like they're like whipping around, and I don't know, they're like, oh my god. This is like the SpongeGar meme where he's like, what is that? Like you get to choose like how like surprised you want this child to be, how moved you want them to be by the Christmas spirit. But maybe something where it's like, like a little bit more of a turn, or maybe like I don't know, like bringing the hands together or something. Unless you really want it to be like this like disinterested preteen that's just like, kind of like just arms down, like doesn't care about anything. So again, depending on how much you turn this character toward, let's say like the focal point up there, that'll change how the composition feels.
Yeah, I did a little bit too. Mine still has some issues. It would need something in this corner over here. There's like a lot of blank space here, but I just wanted to carry out that same S-flow rotation that Ramon's talking about. So I thought, maybe they're got a little fire going, and they're here for warmth. We got this guy is like this really nice swirling motion in the corner, and then that would lead us up to here. Maybe we have some stars that carry that motion too, and then maybe we have like a shooting star up here to be like the focal point. And the nice thing about shooting star too is we can kind of trail that or curve the trail too, so shoot back down and kind of repeat. And also what the fireplace does too, which I like, is that it gives us a light source. So now we have like, okay, we got light coming from this area. We're gonna have shadows on everything that's facing away. And that's really gonna help us do everything. If you don't have like a some very easy light source in your painting or a clear light source in your painting, it becomes much harder to work with. So that's nice. Yeah, I think I would crop this and just move the dude over a little bit. I don't know. I'd have to experiment around a little bit more. But at least, you know, now this feels like it's building and moving in a direction. And then it just needs like some other elements or some moving and rearranging to pull these things back into each other. So you're not so bored and stuck in this corner. Yeah.
Yes, Sep asked, ideally, should I be doing my composition sketches in color? How much should I be rendering color? Color and values are pretty important for creating focus, so am I missing out if I'm just doing stick figures? Basically, like, look, you have a number of elements that you will have to like attend to if you're making like a painting in color, right? And so you don't have to tackle them all at once. Like, there's no one set process to do this, so there's no like, oh, I should be doing this or I should be doing that. Solve whatever comes to mind first. Whatever you have like an answer for, even if it's not a complete answer, do that first. So if you get like a color idea where you're like, this needs to be red, it's like you get the idea of like red versus green with like some yellow or something, start there, put that down. If you get an idea of like a swirly thing or like, I don't know, like again, a particular character doing a specific thing, start there, right? But like, again, take it one bite at a time. Like, use whatever medium is like the easiest thing for you, whatever you have on hand, and whatever will express the things that you're trying to work out right now. So if it's like, you know, the arrangement of the figures, like figures huddled together or figures far apart, you don't need to do that in color, right? Color wouldn't necessarily like, you know, do that much to show that. That would be mostly, you can just do that with like line, you know, or just like you can do that with drawing, right? So again, it's like you don't have to do everything at once. There's no like responsibility to like, you know, like start at a certain place or whatever. And you can always get around to that stuff after, once you solve the things you already have answers for.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Let's grab it. Let's grab the next one. Let me look. We should do. I think we should do the first submission by Jacob.
Okay. Theme is Christmas during wartime. Mostly soldiers reading Christmas cards that would be sent from their families. Wanted to have a contrast between the usual holiday cheer and the terribleness of war. Any holiday cheer is blunted by their circumstances. Damn.
We're a bunch of sad, moody artists in this Discord.
Yeah, seriously. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you can keep going, Ramon. I'm just gonna grab my water. I forgot it real quick.
Yeah. This does feel really sad. Like, I will say, like, you know, and Jacob, I think you're doing a really good job with this. Like, because the first thing that you notice is not like, oh wow, like look at the anatomy, or like, you know, look at this or whatever. Like, oh, you're a veteran. Okay, so you have like direct. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Like, because that is to the comments people were making before. Like, you know, you can represent any number of stories or whatever, but a lot of the time, you know, you will be able to more easily tap into things that you have direct experience with. Because you don't really have like a choice in like feeling something about that, right? So I think that's, again, it depends on the kind of work that you're doing, right? But a lot of people that like, that do like, you know, fine art and stuff like that, like they tend to gravitate to, like, if you have like free reign over your subject, a lot of people tend to gravitate toward like the things that they know best, because it's, you know, it's easier in a sense, just because it's like, they don't have to search for meaning, like the meaning's already there, right? Let me take a look at the sketching a snowy background. Oh, I like this, that's funny. Overcast snowy, dead buried in the snow. Yeah, I mean, it really boils down to like, I mean, you can make a whole series out of these. It depends on like what story you want to tell. Like, you know, like none of these are like, better than the other one. I think this is like just visually, this is really cool. Like just having like, um,
Mm.
under like the barricades and stuff, like, um, it's almost like a visual game, right? Where you have like a world here and stuff that's happening here that like
Hmm.
we are privy to because we are, we're like behind, but behind the front lines. And then there's like a world out here that like they don't get to see like what we see that's happening out here, and there's like a big contrast there. Kind of the same with this. Um, I would say, okay, overcast day, dead buried in the snow. Maybe let's like run with this real quick. Um, but if y'all notice, like it's not like it's not like a bunch of like crazy like hyper specific like art terms or whatever that we're like using with this. It's mostly not common sense, but it's like things that you're already like feeling, things that are just kind of part of like being a person. So like if you want people to feel like they're together, you like huddle them close together, right? If you want someone to feel like isolated, you put them all like on their own. Um, those are things that like if you stop to like, think about it in those terms, like the answers will come to you. Um, I would say, okay, so in an instance like this, like, I see you got like a study here where you're like working out like the sizes like more specifically and all that. Um, Kind of similar advice to like the earlier composition with like the icy landscape. Like you don't necessarily have to like have everything within frame, right? Like because that can kind of cramp a lot of the stuff here, and it makes it feel like it's like a little what would you call it? Like almost like a diorama or something, right? That like everything is like neatly contained within this tiny little stage. It looks like more like a theater kind of thing. Whereas like this is great. It's like person's coming in from like off
Hmm.
center here. I think this is the kind of thing where you almost want it to feel more like a snapshot. So like, this person's arm could be like over here and like the rifle can be, kind of going off here. And if the emphasis here is like the camaraderie between them, in contrast to like the brutality of war out here, then maybe like okay, you have like this main interaction with these people here, but maybe you have like a little bit of crowding where like another one of the soldiers are like, hey, what are you guys doing over there? Like, right? And they're kind of like huddled together like that, that sort of thing. Like to show sort of like almost like I mean just like how much the conditions suck, right? Like how cramped they are, how like packed in they are, etc.
Hmm.
And so maybe like something like that, but to contrast like this moment of joy that they're having, I like this a lot. Like just that like the head like he's barely covered by this like barrier here. Um but maybe like out here, you know, having maybe like more contrast in terms of like oh, what's going on here? Oh, there we go. Maybe having like more contrast in terms of like the chaos out here. Like if something chaotic is happening, like I imagine this is like billowing smoke, right? Like maybe not just like one column of smoke, but like, it's like say it like you mean it. You know what I mean? Like have it be like, see if like a bigger column of smoke or like is there only one, If there's chaos, make it like actual chaos. Like have a bunch of stuff that's like, sort of like strewn about or like chaos is basically a lot of change all at once, right? You can have like maybe bits of like how the smoke, sort of like infiltrates the clouds or like, you know, maybe you can have like sort of ominous clouds up here just to kind of like give some interest back here without having to put a lot of stuff there. Um, and part of what you can do, like how you arrange this stuff here is like, you can create like some kind of a path. If you have, let's say, like that smoke there, whatever, that starts to kind of give you like a direction like that, right? So maybe like our path would be something like, this to oops, maybe like this to like, this and then out like that. And so, if you decide on that, then you can put stuff along the way that'll like fall along that path, right? So maybe like when you put in the shadows here, or you put in like I don't know if these are like sandbags or something, but whatever things you have here, or even like rocks or whatever, you can, they can just happen to fall along the path, right? Or if this guy has his hand here, or there's like a shadow over it, like you pick up that path on like a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here. They're like breadcrumbs, and you're like sort of leading the audience. You're taking them like on a journey. Like maybe this guy's shoe, is the kind of part of it too. And you can just again happen to play up like those specific bits. This guy's torso, like obviously when you're dealing with figures, there's some physical limitations. Like this dude's like a little cramped. Like there's probably like not enough room for him to be standing quite like this, or to be like kneeling quite like this. So maybe the torso would be bigger. And if that's the case, then maybe he'd have to be more hunched over. And maybe, you'd have to like tilt his head or something, right? Which kind of makes it like, it kind of emphasizes the fact that they're like in danger and they have to like, like take cover. But also, again, we have like the kind of physical limitation of like needing to fit like a whole human body like in here.
Yeah.
But yeah, great. Maybe something like that. And with the other one, with the soldier in isolation, I was just saying while you're getting water, Jake, like just how effective I think this is, like, just like emotionally, like just it's like punch to the gut, like actually to the point that someone was making before, like I think in this, yeah, that's super cool. Like to the point someone was making before, in this case, like the color is kind of like a significant like aspect, because it helps like show the mood. So maybe like, it would be more important to bring it in here than like for some other, compositions. I would say like, one thing that you can do, Jacob, is like, you can have little like metaphors and things like visually in, paintings and drawings, right? And so obviously like there's not like a really direct way to like, emphasize like, through body language, like we can infer like, what his feelings are and all that, right? But like how would you show what someone's thinking, like in the most obvious terms? Like probably like a thought bubble, right? Something like that. Well, okay, obviously we're not going to like literally do that, but we can do something kind of like that, in the sense that you can have the environment almost be like a reflection of his emotional state. So if his emotional state, like, or maybe he's feeling like conflicting emotions, or it's like really turbulent, you can actually have the sky show that, right? Or give us a similar feeling, where it's like, let's say these clouds overhead feel like they're crushing him, right? And because that's maybe like how his thoughts feel, right?
And also you can start to think a little bit about like what type of lighting we want. I mean, we're in a ditch too, and we're outside, so there's not going to be some crazy movie scene rim lighting or whatever. I mean, you could do it like that if you want. It's nice to try to practically light things like they would be in real life if you want it to feel realistic, but naturally you're going to get this top-down lighting, which feels very like kind of it would obscure his eyes, it would cast these long shadows into the nose. I think it would really contribute to the lighting, or to the emotion of the scene. So that's one thing that you can start to think about to push these further.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And like having his face partially shrouded in shadow like makes him more anonymous, which allows the viewer to put themselves like in his shoes. Like, if there isn't as much of a definite face, it's also like to some degree it creates a tension for the viewer, because when we see a person, like we want to know what they're thinking, but maybe you don't let the viewer sort of know exactly through the face, but again, you can do that through like these clouds or through like, again, think of like the environment in this case as like something that's like a reflection of, like how he feels. And again, anything else that you can like sort of add to that, like if there's like, if you wanted to feel like stuff is kind of piling on, right? You can have a bunch of like detail here, like I don't know, maybe like a bunch of rocks or like just something to break this up, but something so that it feels like he's like surrounded by like stuff, right? Something that makes it feel like he's just like overwhelmed. And that can be literally anything. It can be rocks, it can be like, bodies, it could be, absolutely anything. But maybe, somewhere in here, you have like some kind of like glimmer of hope, right? Maybe like at the horizon, like maybe this, like quite literally a light at the end of a tunnel, right? That could be an idea. And, or maybe it's a sunset, which would be like more devastating. But like, but notice like if we do this, that creates one kind of feeling. If it's like a blood red sunset, that is, that feels completely different, right? And you can have some like stray rays from this, like, lighting up like parts of like, just like reaching like little bits of like his arms and stuff. So that creates like a connection here, and if you go with like the sort of like cheery, more hopeful light, then it can sort of like almost feel like there is like some hope for him, like still, right? Even in the midst of like all this other stuff up there. But yeah, really good.
Yeah, that's awesome. Here, let's keep moving here. Let's start to take some people did one thing that I think you would really like is here, let me just link this to you. It's kind of a bigger one. Person put together like a Figma mood board.
Oh, cool.
I just sent it to you in DM.
All right, let me grab that. You got someone on there.
So yeah, but part of this is I want to. We've seen a little bit about design. I want to take this a little bit more towards how do we take it to that next level? What type of things should you think about?
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Figma's a great app. Me and this is not an ad. Me and Ramon use Figma all the time. It's free and you can create like infinite mood boards on it and just throw a whole bunch of stuff in.
Yeah, someone's really on their Figma grind set here.
Yeah, this is a lot.
In Christmas trees began to appear in peasant homes in the second half of the 19th century, and they do the towns and manors of the church. Decorated by huh. Interesting. Oh, cool.
So the story here is the story should depict all generations preparing for a celebration, from women to children, adult men and grandparents. This person's Polish, by the way. I'm not sure if it's going to be yeah, it is a Polish theme. The best way to show the hierarchy in a peasant cottage would be to arrange the characters accordingly. Children at the lowest, adults in the middle, and elderly in the background. Children are engaged in making toys and angels. One of the adults could be preparing a costume for such a toy. Okay, so it's kind of a traditional holiday scene, bunch of generations.
That's interesting. I guess one of the things that comes to mind right now is like, and again, there are different stories for different purposes, right? But it's like, how do you feel about this, right? Because it's like, there are compositions that are kind of almost like a National Geographic sort of thing, where it's like, here I'm showing this series of customs, right? But, it depends. Like, if you want to make a painting that's like, basically, just kind of like an explainer for that, like that's one thing. But you can have all that stuff, like you can have all that stuff, and another sort of layer or another modifier on that can be like, but like, how do you feel about it? Like, is there like a feeling of like maybe like I don't know, like the importance of family or something, right? Like maybe like a hint of sadness at like the eventual passing of like the elderly grandparents, but like hope with like the children or something like that, you know? Or is it like the toil of the family or like the sacrifices they make for each other or that kind of thing? Um, you know, not that you have to do that, but all this to say that like, you know, with any story, like any kind of, well, any subject, right? There's like a bunch of stuff that you can say about it. It's not like just like in the same way that, again, you can have like, you know, a poem that you write about something that happened, or you can have a news story about it, or you can have a novel about it. You can have something that's like a documentary or something that's fictionalized. You know, you have a lot of like possibilities there.
Yeah, and it's like what came to mind is, at least in like video, or even if you're gonna make like a Nat Geo documentary about something, you always have an angle as a
Yeah.
journalist, as something. You're always going in with some sort of intent to show
Mhm.
something. And you know, like Ramon said, if you have just a documentary where you're showing a specific culture, a lot of times you're still showing like, oh, look how this has changed because of modern lifestyles, or look how this tribe has become like a tourist attraction now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's really important, is to think like, what's your angle here? What is it exactly that you want to show?
Oh, this is interesting. Please Forget Me wrote something that I got to understand not so long ago is that if the scene is not supposed to be posed, the objects there aren't either. Uh, to position some of them hiding gives much sense of subtlety. Yeah, like, I mean, that's the thing. Sometimes people will treat, you know, elements in their composition as like an inventory of things. So they want to show everything as like, you know, as clearly as possible. Like, oh, look at all these people kind of like lined up, right? But that's not how people actually sit, right? There has to be, again, if the scene is more naturalistic, there has to be kind of like emotional posing, like, you know, some two people being like really close together or like huddled in a group means one thing, and like one person being far away from them or like isolated, like that means something too, right? Um, so that's something that's also like worth considering, because for these things, it's like it's not product photography, right? And so it's not necessarily about like what you're showing clearly is the story, not necessarily like each of the individual elements. Um, this is really cool. I really like this.
Yeah.
I like the variety of like just kind of like feelings that you get here, and this is really cool. So this is like a 3D model that they built to like set up the scene, and like individual studies of the characters and stuff. That's cool.
The Blender army is growing stronger
Yeah, seriously.
in our Discord. I'm getting on
Yeah,
my Blender grind.
this reminds me of like oh my God, like folk paintings like this. This is like I think this painter is like Italian or like Austrian Italian or something like that. But you know, going along with what we were just talking about, if you want to have like that kind of like multi-generational household sort of thing, like living in harmony. Oh, that's a really well painted cat. That's pretty rare actually. Then I think looking at stuff like this is cool, because one thing I do get is that I think this has a ton of potential, and I think the work that you're doing setting it up is great. Um, but it just it feels a little bit like an assignment, you know, like it's you know, planning out all this stuff is great, but I do think there has to be like a little bit more emphasis on like the like people feeling the stuff that they're feeling a little bit more, right? So not just like having a figure sit somewhere and having it like feel like it's really sitting on the chair, right? But like how do people like lean over stuff, or like how do people like this, you know what I mean? Where it's like there's an emotional aspect of like how they're sitting, or like you know how this grandpa like you know leans over and like looks at their like grandchild, you know things like that, like where it's not just about like getting things to sit in space believably, but it's like that, but also feeling, right? Like
And how
it,
every single group people or every single element in these paintings, they point to the next element. Sometimes pretty literally. It's not like you have this group over here and then this group over here. Everything is very connected, and it moves your eyes through the painting in the intended direction, and then there's normally some elements to take you back to the beginning, so you can go again.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, it's like you can't forget that it's like one picture, right? So it's like it's a team. Like you don't have like a soccer team where everyone just does like whatever they want, like and is pursuing their own goals. Like it's about all of it like together, right? And all of it working toward like a common purpose or something. In this case, let's say like the family, like spending time together, like the continuation of the family or something like that. Yeah, because I almost want to say like, oops. Oh, cannot edit that. But yeah, I almost want to say like you want to keep referring back to like your initial ideas, because like there's something in here that I think is really cool, and like it's again kind of like more like feeling based. I
really like how, well, generally, and this isn't a hard rule at all, and you can find plenty of examples to break this, but generally people in the West, we read left to right. So generally you'll find a lot of compositions that move from left to right. And at first I thought maybe it was somewhat of a problem in this painting. I'm not so sure. I do like that you have this light source on the hard left side, and it's like slowly draining until you get to the right side. And on the right side we have these like this child that's facing away. So they're gonna be like primarily in shadow. And then we have this like table of people sitting together. They're getting like a ton of light. I think it's an interesting element, and you can definitely push that feeling of light much harder, and that feeling of light fall off, not just the hard shadows that you get in that Blender render.
Yeah. Also, another thing too is again like you can use things in a purely practical utilitarian way, but you can also use them like in an emotional way. So like the way that this child is sitting is they're directly in the path of that light, while the grandparent is being shielded from the light to some degree by like the stove and all that. So you could to some degree, play that up if you want to go with that angle where it's like here, maybe like a bit of that where it's kind of like the sun setting on the grandfather, and like he's like in the darker part of the house, right, with maybe like a little glimmer of light but not that much, whereas like the child can be like in the full bloom of youth, like sort of like backlit, like and almost be like almost like the girl in like in Rembrandt's Night Watch, where she's like glowing basically. Something like that.
Yeah.
Because then, you just think about it this way. It's like, why do people have all these traditions? Why do these people live together? Why are they gathered together, right? And okay, it's like about family, whatever, like all the stuff that they do here is for the continuation of their family. And, in a sense, like, it's kind of like a children of the future painting in a sense.
Everyone in the chat is saying that they like the one on the left better. And I agree. I think too, like one thing that helps that is that table isn't perfectly parallel to the picture frame. Like it's kind of tilted diagonal at us. That really helps bring like a nice like dynamic sense. I also just like that grouping on the left. They're very tight knit together and form a nice triangle. And you get that lady cooking in the background. You get the guy working on the ceiling. Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where it's like, because that's part of what I was going to bring up is like, I think this feels more like they're a family, And I think also sometimes like the Blender like render stuff, it's like, I'm not sure why this is, but you can get sidetracked. And so sometimes you can like show like too much of the environment. Like here, this is like cut off like right at the window. And that makes sense. Like there's no like there's no real reason to have this here. Like you know, all this other stuff. It doesn't necessarily like it's just like more work for you to do, but it doesn't kind of push the story forward that much. And so this could be like, yeah, I do like the cropping here a little bit more. Um, Same here, you know, it's like the door and all that, like that's not doing that much. So when you are doing like something like more technical, you know, like figuring out like the lighting or setting up your maquette in Blender, um, don't forget about like the emotional impact that you got, you know, sort of like before you got to that part, right? And there is like that, you know, a Blender scene like that is a suggestion, right? It's not like, you know, it's not something that you have to follow where it's like, oh, this is what it actually looks like. This is what's correct. Like the Blender scene isn't even real. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's just to kind of like make your drawing more believable, but you don't have to like strictly follow it. Like one thing that's really cool here is like how big this stuff gets, like these elements. So maybe these are more quote unquote like correct in terms of the size, but like who's gonna know that? You know what I mean? It's like I don't know how big these are. Most of your audience is not gonna know, so you can make them a little bigger if it's you know more interesting for like the composition. Like it just because a lot of these things are kind of the same size here, right? Like this is kind of the same size as this, and that's not true over here. This is bigger. This is smaller. So you have like more variety of stuff over here. But yeah, like I think with that too, like making these people bigger, like you know, preserving some of that feeling, like you know, this guy like raising his glass and like, you know, like, you know, hey, blah, 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 to this person up here. Like, that's cool. That's a good idea. There's no reason to like abandon that. Or like, you know, having these people like huddled in like a little closer, um, you know, like they're actually family, you know, like they want to be there, you know? Um, so maybe like something like that. And yeah, I do like actually some of like the table being like a little flatter, you know, so that's something you can like move around, but like the table doesn't necessarily have to be like perfectly parallel to like you know the walls, or you
One
can
thing I was
foreshorten
talking
it.
to Ramon about before this is someone that I took lessons with, Leonid or Leonid Iliuk. I cannot pronounce that last name, bro. It's just those
I mean,
letters don't exist in
is it
English.
Ilyuhin? I think
The Y, the ILY is it's not in the English. It's a
yeah.
strange Russian sound. Great, fantastic painter and composer. One thing he was telling me about is working on this giant ceiling painting, and it's Apollo, and all these people are looking down at the viewer, like a traditional like Italian Renaissance style painting. He modeled out all these characters in Blender and made the chariot, Apollo's chariot and horse in Blender, and he's got these figures looking down in Blender. But the problem is when you look straight up at somebody, it looks super weird. Like it doesn't look natural at all. That everything gets foreshortened and compressed. You're just staring at their crotch. Like nobody wants to see all that. So you get this very strange dichotomy where you're like, well, I want it to be correct, but it looks bad, and it has to be designed. You have to break the perspective a little bit, tilt someone forward a little bit, make it look interesting. And sometimes we can get so caught up in the minutia of making things right that we forget about the overall image. And stuff in 19th century painting is horribly broken all the time. And Ramon has plenty of examples of that he could pull up, I'm sure. This guy's sucked at perspective a lot of the time, and it's okay because it looks good.
Yeah, and like the thing is that you don't want to get like too obsessed necessarily with like things most of the time have to be like believable, right? There are different levels of like almost like let's say like accountability or like accuracy of data depending on what you're doing, right? If you are doing drawings for some engineering project, then okay, fine. You know, you have to like have a much higher degree of like precision and like correspondence to like reality or whatever, right? But if you're doing an oil painting and let's say it's like pretty realistic, you have like you know, there's a certain amount of like believability that needs to happen there, but no one's gonna come and like measure every chair or like whatever. Like there isn't like especially if you're making up a scene like this that like doesn't actually exist, like who's to say that the chairs aren't a little bit bigger, right? Or who's to say the decorations aren't a little bit bigger or whatever? Because like these things are not as set in stone as people think they are, right? Again, you can take something even like something that feels, to people like it's pretty set, right? Like for instance, like imagine someone asks a person like how tall they are. They probably have a number they can give them. Excuse me. They probably have a number they can give them, but your height fluctuates throughout the day. I think you're shorter at night because during the day, like gravity's like pushing you down or whatever, and when you fall asleep, like your spine like expands or whatever. So it's like things that you think are set in stone and are just objective, like right or wrong data are not. Like these things are a range, right? So it's like if you make grandpa here 50 times bigger than everybody else, okay, that's probably going to be an issue. If you make him 50 times smaller, that's probably going to be an issue. But within this kind of like reasonable range, you're fine. You can do any answer is as good as any other, right? And I think that's true for like a lot of these elements. Like you can have some chairs that are a little bigger. You can have some chairs that are a little smaller. You can have these people like maybe closer together or further apart from from like the viewer or the camera. But you have more choices than you might think. That's something that I think is worth mentioning.
Cool. Do you want to any final thoughts for this one? Do you want to plug away next one?
No, I think this is really cool. Just as you keep like diving into the painting and getting more specific, don't forget about like the initial stuff and like why you started doing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cool. You want to grab the next one? Up to you.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Cooper's just yeah, there he goes. He's been meowing. He wants snacks, so I might have to take a minute in a second just to give him a little snack.
Yeah, that's fine. I can
Actually, let me take like I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Here, let me I'll pull the next one up while you do that. I gotta choose some low-hanging fruit. I can't give the Hurtadonian critique, okay? I would choose this guy. This guy sucks, but I'll leave him for Ramon. Let's see. Some really great ones in here. I like this. Theme is from an old Finnish pagan belief. We have so many Finns in the Discord. There's like 4 Finnish compositions in here. Okay, yeah, I like this one a lot, actually. One of my favorites in here. Let's grab this one.
This is a hold-up. Hand it over or die.
I just realized I'm running the Oblivion music is relaxing walk through Oblivion, not just the Oblivion music. I didn't realize I've done this before while I've been like studying or something, and once every 2 hours, the guy walking will get interrupted and it'll be like, "This is a holdup. Give me all your money," and then it'll just go back to relaxing music. So it's not very. I've gotten jump scared super hard. It's not exactly the most relaxing mix ever. It just happened. It might be a little bit too quiet to hear. Okay, the first picture depicts a scene from one of my favorite winter films, Train in the Snow. I don't know about that one. The locomotive is stuck in the snow, surrounded by workers and conductors arguing, trying to clear the snow from the tracks, while in the background, the children are anxiously getting off the train. In the second picture is a reference photo of me and my dog playing in the snow. Just tried to get kind of a feel for the painting. Okay, cool. This is like a really interesting, some of the technique of this is really interesting. I honestly have no idea what the hell you're doing to get this texture. Like, what is going on here? Maybe it's a brush that has hard edges and then it kind of tapers out. But I don't know how you got this texture. It's very interesting. And then this feels like an MS Paint painting. I like how it looks. And there is like a nice design and throughput in this painting, right? Like we have the big movement through it. We have this right to left feeling. Feels good. Like I said to Ramon, sometimes paintings feel nicer if you do them left to right, but obviously that wouldn't work because we want to see the front of the train, so it's not really a hard and fast rule. you know, one thing that we have, so like here's our horizon line. Like this is how the painting is abstractly divided up. We have, let me go into a separate layer here. Like let's turn this into like an abstract painting. So we have our smoke. Here we have our background. We have our train. We have our group of people, and we have our snow. And I actually like how a lot of this feels. Now, one thing that I think could be improved a lot is everything's kind of compartmentalized, right? We have the train piece here, train piece here. We have all of these people in this group here. We do have some children playing in the background. I think we need some elements that connect the pieces of this train together, and the pieces of this story together. So people are shoveling, people are hauling snow. I like this guy leaning out the window, and then you got these guys arguing here. Instead of putting this guy here, like what purpose does he exactly serve right there? You know, what if we had him? What if we had him a little bit more towards the front? Look, he's got a light shirt, so that could go really well against the dark background. Think about that gesture too. The dark pants, so those dark pants will work well here. He's hauling snow. He's not gonna be happy about it. It's not, he's gonna be heaving and hoeing a whole lot of force. I don't know exactly. Like this maybe. His skin color. How do you do that? Sometimes you gotta like act stuff out too to think about how this works. So he's shoveling, throwing this big thing of snow. If this is a metallic snow shovel, then it can be nice and light up against this dark background, which gives us a nice sense of contrast. Snow shovel. 222. I need his head. That beautiful little painting. And then one thing too that I was thinking, like, we can combine and you know, pull more elements together, is if he's like throwing snow and pushing it into the air, like we already have some of this like fog that's drifting over. I think we could create like a really nice like misty atmosphere that connects a little bit some of these things together. And I'll also just put the dark from the smoke a little bit more concentrated into one spot. Just to push some things together. And then likewise back here, again, like we got this guy, he's kind of exploring or holding his light out. Which if he's holding his light out, is it nighttime? Or if it looks like daytime here. We do have a really dark sky, so maybe you want to look at some pictures of like what nighttime looks like. That sounded backhanded. Might want to think about, like, is the snow going to be really dark and then this guy is our light source? Or, you know, it's daytime, it doesn't really make sense for him to have the light. If everything was dark, well, now we have a totally different atmosphere where, you know, everything would be this really dark color. And then we'd be getting light from the inside of here that would come down and would light up the front of these figures. And people like this would be a little bit darker. It's a little bit dramatic of a paint over to do right now. But one thing I want to push too is just connecting these separate elements together. Oh, let's trail these guys backwards. Let me remove this guy. I already got him up front. Now these guys are arguing. This pushes back into the scene. We got the kids coming out of here. We got this guy pushing snow. And we can kind of trail this this smoke back. Ramon, thoughts? How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. The boys have been fed, so
nice.
they're gonna I could chill out for a bit. I really like the idea of like shoveling the snow and getting that, but like I just think it's sometimes like people will throw stuff out like in their in like their images, like their paintings or their drawings, but they won't like feature them. You know what I mean? Like, because yeah, you're right. Like the snow would take up like a bunch of space there if it like if the person's like shoveling it. So that gives you like less to do, right? Because that's like in like the smoke too. Like it covers up like some part of that. Like I think sometimes like there's this impulse that we all have to just like fill it in with like more and more stuff. But sometimes just like a few things, a couple of ingredients really well cooked is like all you really need.
Yeah.
Like are those like the footprints in the snow?
Yeah, exactly. And also we're walking in deep snow. If you remember the critique with the constellation of stars, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Like if we want the viewer to go back like this, then let's just plug some footprints or anything else into there.
The old Hansel and Gretel, like little breadcrumbs.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, and then actually I do think on a more practical scale, like either making a mood board of like images at nighttime, winter paintings, that type of stuff, or creating a little model and shining a light on it just to see how this would feel. Anything you can do to get a better understanding of how the light would work, that's really going to help, because we have this general illumination right now, and we're either going to have like those torches producing a whole bunch of light, or we're going to be in daytime, and we'll get a different lighting setup.
Yeah, there's like to that point, I think don't feel like you have to have like a million things in your composition, but like the elements that are important, like the elements that are important, like commit to them, like in the sense that like, or like I guess like invest in them, like really think those things through, like you don't want someone like half-heartedly shoveling snow. If they're shoveling snow, like really make them shovel snow. If it's like, if the scene is set in winter, like really set it in winter, right? Like because I think there's like a fear that people have that like the further you go into the idea, like the more sort of like you risk being like quote unquote like wrong, but that's how you get it done. Like you have to do that. Like you have to like jump into these things, like again, have a few elements, only the ones you need really, and add stuff like if it's necessary. The same goes for cropping. Sometimes like the field of view is like bigger than it needs to be, and then again it just like creates more work for you. But what happens is then your effort is spread out over so many things that you don't have enough like energy or time to devote to like the things that do matter. So yeah, little more like investing in like a couple of elements, and a little less kind of like spreading that all over.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
think it's really cool painting.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It just reminds me like when I was a kid, I used to I think that there's something like really beautiful about, well, this is like what the modernists were doing, right? About like your childhood naivety and stuff. I used to just sit down with like a big piece of paper and just draw like these infinity 2D wars of like stick figures fighting each other and like spaceships coming in, with zero drawing knowledge or anything. And like that's something that I like would be so hard for me to do now, because I'm bogged down by all of this like the blender inside of my head that's like holding me back to being like, you have to do this and this and this and this and this has to look right. And I think there's something really nice about this painting, where there's like so many different ideas that are going down well, and a lot of it's working too. I think you have like generally a nice composition and shape design in it, and really what will add to it is just like pushing the realism in the acting and in the lighting, and you actually already have a lot of those like abstract and conceptual ideas down.
Yeah, there's like it's like the burden of adulthood. It's like the more things you learn, the more wrinkles your brain accumulates. It's like you have more avenues or like more elements that you like more ways that you can worry about things. And obviously, like, knowing stuff is helpful, right? There are people that'll say like, oh, you just don't need to know that much. Like, well, that's not exactly true, you know. But I think knowledge is almost kind of neutral, where it's a resource. Just because you know something or you're like aware of something or have the capacity to worry about it, doesn't mean that you have to, like, right this minute, right? Or that it's like you're not vomiting out everything that you know every single time. I think, yeah, like what you're saying, like, you do have to preserve that, because it wasn't just the modernists either. Like for example, I forget what academic artist it was, but a lot of them would talk about like naivete, like just like or direct experience of things as if you were like a newborn, like without like all the other, you know, kind of like muck that you've accumulated. Yeah, like just like what's your, like, as a person, as like a living being, like what's your response to something? And that's not incompatible with knowledge. It's just like you can't let that thing atrophy as you learn more things, right? But like you kind of need access to both. Now, someone said we needed a cat cam. Yeah, Cooper's like on a rampage right now. He's trying to like he's trying to get my attention. He's like attacking some drawings in my flat file right now. Now you guys get like little updates as it goes. Meatball's just being, yeah, he's being a good boy. Oh, hey, you heard his name, turned around. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, yeah, the ability to like play or like be curious about stuff, like to, you know, kind of lose yourself like in a story or whatever. It's like, you know, you have to like nurture that. Otherwise, like, not just for the sake of like, you know, making paintings or whatever, but just as a person.
Yeah.
You know? Because otherwise it's all just like, everything becomes a chore. Otherwise, it's just like, you know, work, all this stuff that you don't necessarily want to do. It's very easy for like painting and drawing to become that also, if you're not like actively cultivating, you know, doing stuff that's like just for you or kind of silly or not like not a study or not a technical exercise. Like those things have their place, but like you can't do just that. Or at least I don't think it's a great idea.
One final thing too, we can move on. I'm just kind of having fun doodling. One thing like that I just thought of too is like we need to show the depth of the snow. So what does the value of like the ground look like? Is that going to be maybe a little bit darker? Probably, it snow's white, right? So it has to get darker. So as we get closer, you know, I added these little tracks in here and threw some snow over the top. Maybe we want to make this stuff a little bit darker so that we can show like, hey, this is deeper down. We're closer to the ground in here. And then we can have these wider areas show just how like encased in they are. And that will help give like a little bit of feeling and depth. Maybe have this kind of area carved out. Something. And then you'd still get some boot prints in here. Yeah, okay. Something like that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Cool.
Why are they making just the one guy like dig it out?
I know, yeah. This guy's got a gun in his hand. That's why. Cool. You want to grab another one?
Yeah, let's do it. Ooh, let's grab this one here. This one from Katie. Katie, sorry we missed you last time. Let's see. A sketch idea. A man pulls on his sled. It holds a Christmas tree. He is soon to return home. Would be a nocturne painting. That's like, I like how you wrote like a haiku basically for.
You're right.
All right. Holidays got us feeling poetic. Got it. Oh, I want to draw a chicken says one shovel. Yeah, that does make sense actually.
Yeah.
Also, people probably have mittens. They can use their hands. They want to get out of there faster. Okay, that is really cool. I like the. I have never seen like the Aurora Borealis like in a painting, and I really like that. Actually, to that point that someone had made earlier, again, this is an example of where the color would actually be really important. Mm-hmm. Not so much the color for everything else, but definitely the color for like, you know, the Aurora Borealis. And you notice, yeah, Katie like just put that one thing in. Oh, okay. It's like note taking almost. Like part of what you're doing with these things is like you're jotting down ideas that you don't want to before they like disappear. You know what I mean? And you jot them down like whatever way is like easiest. Um, because all these things are just almost kind of like look, they're like prep or they're like reminders. You know, they're like little notes for like a final painting or whatever.
I messed all the scenes up.
Oh, did
I just messed everything up. I've got super confused. It's all good. I'll leave that for Jake in like 3 minutes when I switch to another scene.
All right, sure.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I really like this Aurora Borealis. I think the difficulties would be pushing this painting and trying to figure out, you know, how your values are going to flow through it. It's such like a deep nocturne scene.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let me go back to the text here. Let's see. A man pulls on his sled and holds a Christmas tree. He is soon to return home. Would be a nocturne painting. Okay, so the feeling that I get from this is almost like sacrifice or like hardship, because like first of all, this dude's dragging this like heavy tree, right? He's doing it alone. He's doing it at night when it's like snowing or whatever, right? And so it's almost like, to me, it feels like, you know, a painting about like, again, like the sacrifice and like the kind of like physical toil, etc. Like what someone does like for their loved ones, right? And so I think, you know, there's a couple things that, you know, are useful elements to like play with. Like the longer it takes, you know, like if he just had to like step right outside the house to get the tree, then it's like not that big of a sacrifice, right? It's like, okay, yeah, thanks, Dad, you like stepped outside. But if he had to go for like, you know, a pretty long distance to get there, then like, you know, and if it's like really late at night, then like, you know, this man like really wants to do this for his family, right? If the tree's really small, it's like, all right. If the tree's really big, again, bigger sacrifice. In a sense, like visually in the painting, it's like he loves his family more, or he's like willing to like give up more, or you know, etc. And so, I think that's something that we can play with. Also, like just kind of the you know, maybe like the angle, like some of the foreshortening for like the tree, but also like again, like how he's kind of shouldering the burden. I think we might not need to necessarily like if it's dark enough that you can see the northern lights, I would say that it's very likely that he would be like silhouetted and would be like fairly dark, and you would only have to like you know, it's like the silhouette and like the kind of overall movement and stuff would like carry a lot of the painting. So here, let's go ahead and jump in with that. First, maybe I would make those like, you know, trees and the mountains and stuff like just kind of like relatively dark to start. Just to kind of frame the scene a little bit. And maybe we can have like, I don't know, a bigger tree here, like just something that kind of like, you know, frames the scene. When you have stuff like the footprints, just be careful not to make them like too evenly spaced or too similar. Having like a little bit of a regularity to it will make it more feel more natural. Because like maybe the snow's uneven, maybe he doesn't like step with the full weight of his feet in like every single step. You know, just because of perspective, like everything's getting like a little bit bigger as you get closer. So there's you know, there's a bit of that I think you can emphasize. But let's say, you know, where we place him I think is important. Right now, pretty close to the middle right now. You know, that can be okay, but it's kind of static, right? It's like if you have, you know, let's say that you have a couple of frames here, right? We'll do 3. So here you have someone standing right in the middle, right? Here you have someone standing all the way over here, and here you have someone right there. This is neither coming nor going, you know, in a lot of ways. At least that's not the sense that it gives you, right? this one is the journey that we have already traveled. This one is the journey ahead, right? And so these are sort of like three kind of like extremes, right? And so it can be useful to kind of think of it that way in terms of like, what do we want to show? Do we want to show like how far he has like traveled, like, you know, dragging this tree? Or do we want to show like, how far the journey is like still to get to the house? I think that is, pretty important, and like making more of a decision, kind of leaning it like one way or the other, I think for this particular painting will be more impactful. So let's say that we go here, right? So we just kind of like scoot them over a little bit. And let's say we like make him bigger. He's like out here like conquering nature for his family, like, spitting in the face of like the elements that, trying to freeze him to death. Oh, and I don't know if you guys heard, that's part of the crit. Cooper had a couple things to say. I think he agreed.
I think we barely caught a tiny little blip.
Oh, really? My mic must be doing a pretty good job with the isolation then, because that was a loud out here. As soon as I get the tablet out, they want to like hop on me. Okay, so let's say this. I think one thing that'd be cool too is like if the landscape is like, kind of like snowy and like, it's nighttime and it's dark and it's like full of like danger or whatever, having like the little light on at the house. Maybe.
I'm the exact frame that you said that. I was also drawing a little light in the window.
Wait,
we hit that at the same moment.
Yeah, like maybe there's like, his like someone from his family like there, like, his like wife or kids or like whoever, whatever significant others, waiting there. But let's say like, let's make the man drag this like he means it. Like this is, let's say we make like a bigger tree. And that kind of fills in this space too, so it gives you like less to do. Here, like the jaggedness of this will, sort of make it feel more like a pine tree, because this is, this would probably at this time of night be so dark, and pine trees are sort of like inherently dark anyway, that you wouldn't really recognize it for any reason other than, the kind of like texture aspect of this. And, like make our man work for it, you know what I mean? Like just, I would say like if he's moving forward, then he might be like leaning forward a bit, right? So, this might be like a little too much, right? But something like that where like you see him like, this is a physical burden that he's shouldering, right? And so, okay, this is like the arm that's holding it. If, let's make this tree bigger. So you get like a little bit more clearance so you can like see the leg. I do think even if the composition is like not humorous, like it is useful to like kind of push stuff until you're laughing. Like push your ideas to the point where they're kind of like ridiculous, and then, dial it back if it's like too much. But okay, that's probably too much. We need to see enough of the tree that like,
I'm creating the Sisyphusian drama versions. Don't worry. I got that side covered.
Oh, you got, all right, sick. That's it. Yeah, you have the you're gonna have like his wife at the window, like here at the door, and she's like she's like pointing like for him to like go back.
Go back.
Get a bigger one.
Yeah. He's getting a divorce. She's got the divorce papers into the window.
Yeah. Yeah, they live in the wilderness. Like he actually is harvesting this pine tree not to make a Christmas tree, but to like make paper to for the divorce
his wife. Yeah. Sorry, Katie, you got hijacked. This is about men's struggle in modern day society. Sorry, Katie.
This is kind of funny because actually, like, I made this dude like so thick here that he looks like a Bigfoot like emerging out of the forest. But say it's like something like that, and by having him silhouetted like this, it's like, yeah, he's like he is kind of like almost like a Prometheus type of figure where he's like, you know, mastering the elements and bringing them back to like civilization, like over here. You can even have his like footprints be like kind of dragged, you know what I mean? Like just not like be kind of like imperfect. So let's say like, okay, there's this, and then there's, yeah, like the path ahead, you know, etc. Even if it's snow, if it's dark, to make something look white, or actually to make something like, yeah, like look or feel white, all it has to be is lighter and less saturated than the stuff around it. You don't have to literally use like the color white to do that, right? Because it's all like it's just context. And so, you know, we probably don't even need to make the snow lighter. We can just make the path a little darker, actually. You know, this is basically, I like how you have like the path here, Katie. This is basically like an arrow, right? And the reason we're having like this tree over here is just because like we don't want there to be too much stuff to look at over here. So we just kind of block that off, and it's like, all right, nothing to see here. I kind of wonder with the Aurora Borealis if like, because that is one thing that I think can kind of split the focus. Like obviously like his goal is to like get to his family over here. The Aurora Borealis could be just part of the landscape, or it could be like, so there we kind of have to just make a decision about like what it means in here, because you could have it like behind their house, so it's just like all the focus stuff is like over here, and I don't know, the magic of family or something. But if you keep it over here, then you know we might have to like, you know, play it down as more like a feature of the landscape, you know, or like the environment. So we would have to like make this, you know, stand out more, just so that it's not like a split focus where you have like two things that are calling out for your attention like that. Let's see. Put it here, let's group this stuff together here. Yeah, but you notice like just even just that, you know, has like a pretty dramatic effect on it, and it, you know, I mean, all of it depends on like what aspects of this story, like with the same elements, but what aspects of the story like you want to emphasize, like again, how you want people to feel about it. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, Jake, let's take a look at what's going on with the.
We have the pure drama pose. The true hauling, and then I did shift the Aurora Borealis like you. Pretty much, honestly, pretty much the same as a lot of things. I just pushed it a little bit further. And
yeah,
I would have to do a little bit of research to figure out kind of how to make the values more dynamic. You know, these zero light source nighttime scenes are really.
Yeah.
I think Bastien Lepage. That's. Sometimes I want to make these references to things that only Ramon would know about. I'm about to reference Bastien Lepage's run for the Prix de Rome in 1860 or 70 something, where he has to paint this nighttime Annunciation to the Shepherds scene, and the Annunciation of Christ to the shepherds, it occurs in the middle of the night, so there's no light source, and Bastien Lepage is like writing to he's writing or talking to some of his painter friends about how it's impossible to paint the scene purely at night. So he makes it dusk time, with just a little bit of crack of light in the distance to make the painting more dramatic, and they disqualified him because he changed the scene too much. But I'm relating to him very much so right now.
Yeah. People are still mad about that. Like years and years later, still mad about it.
Yeah. That's funny.
That's why we should have done one where dude just shows up with like the tiniest tree. He's like carrying it in his hands.
swaddling a tiny little stick.
Yeah.
Charlie Brown tree.
Hugo says, just using one layer.
Damn right. Damn
Yeah,
right.
same. Actually, no, I had a couple, but mostly, yeah, I was like, actually, never mind. I just lied on camera. But I don't know. I just do that like habitually while I'm working. Like I just like sometimes like with no like rhyme or reason either.
Yeah. Okay, there's a few compositions that I like. They're very well developed. I think we should do the very somber. Speaking of nocturnes,
Yeah.
Shotgun Man.
Oh, the one right below Katie's? Lewis?
Oh yeah, it's right below. Perfect.
I would have liked to have added more narrative elements to this. Perhaps the main figure guarding something immoral and showing some confliction. Yeah, we went off the rails with the holiday stuff.
Where my Discord reads too much Dostoevsky or something. I don't know.
Yeah, seriously, like.
I think it is funny. Like a lot of the things that I have to watch myself online because sometimes, well, I am just naturally hard on myself because I love painting and I want to get better at it. And of course I talk about that in my videos because it's nice drama to the video, and it also is just my lived experience. But I gotta watch myself because if I start saying things to myself, I all of a sudden start seeing people talk to themselves in the exact same way in the Discord.
Oh no!
Like, you know, I gotta be careful. I think it's an interesting conflict.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's pretty funny too, because I think, yeah, like as you start teaching or as you start like helping people along like their journey with this stuff, I know that like, you know, half of what it turns into is like you're kind of like a cheerleader, like you're giving them like pep talks, because 90% of the time the problem is not that they don't know something or that they can't do it, it's that they're scared to do it, right?
Yeah.
Or like they have all this like, it's just all this other baggage, you know, like all this these fears for like you know, fear of failure, like all these other things. But it's like it's funny because yeah, you're teaching and you're spending all your time like kind of like building people up, you know, to do these things and follow their dreams or whatever. But then it's funny because when you're working on your own stuff, you do the same shit they do, and you're like, this fucking sucks.
Yeah.
You have to like extend the same courtesy to yourself, like in a lot of ways, but yeah.
And I think that same thing it extends all the way, you know, to the top. And we've seen this. We've had a conversation in the past about Jerome, who's probably one of the most prolific teachers and painters of all time. You know, one of the head teachers of the French Academy of Fine Arts, incredible painter, and his students are truly incredible at creating. No painters have ever topped Jerome's students in like this fleshy, lifelike feeling and everything that they paint. And it's something that I think Jerome like doesn't hit most of the time.
Yeah.
Jerome's skin and flesh feels very plasticky or rubbery.
It's kind of waxy,
a lot, more often than not, and it's probably why he is so persistent with his students to like get that feeling. It's because it's something that he cares about a lot and focuses on himself, and so he's gonna constantly hammer that into his students.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, like you hear that a lot with even Sargent had that that quote about like his teacher. Like he's like, I thought he was the only one that taught value like that. He can't do it himself, but he can teach it. You know, which is like, it's interesting for anyone who's not familiar. I'll just quickly pull up like some of the stuff that we're talking about. Actually, here we'll pull up like just a. I do this. Open the window. Oh yeah, this one too. Open in new window.
Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of actually. That's funny.
Yeah. He kind of gets the short end of the, oh, actually, I tapped on this by accident, but this is also, oh wait, no, this is a Cabanel student. But yeah, Courtois like doesn't get the credit that he deserves. Like, you know, by a long shot. For instance, like these are examples of these are examples of Jerome's paintings that Jake was talking about. And so, very thorough, but it's like you wouldn't look at this and think like, oh, that's what skin looks like. That's like a real person. This one I would say like more so, but there is still like a little bit of like almost like a 3D render kind of like feeling to it, right?
Like plasticky or rubbery.
Yeah. Whereas this is by one of his students, like,
Wow.
And yeah, it's just like this is not the greatest image of this, but like this is like mind bending. Like, let's see if there's another. Let's pull up a Danyan.
Yeah, Danyan's one of the best to ever do it. The guy's consistently good too.
Oh yeah, like this one. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's just like, as far as like the believability of the flesh here, like this is not really like a matter of opinion. Like, there's really like no comparison. But, this guy was taught to do this, or taught to paint by the person who did this one, right? And it's just that like for one reason or another, like he was able to carry these like ideas further. But like, it is just like, it is wild. Like this is like, N64 graphics. Like this, you know what I mean?
That's a good example, actually.
It's just like, it's crazy. And it's not like this guy studied with like anybody else or whatever. He just like took the ideas that Jerome taught him and just like.
And it's not like it's any different of a technique. It's not like he like developed some new way of painting. It's actually exactly the same. And what I love so much about Jerome is you look close at his work and you see those brush strokes. You see it's just one color. He just like he just puts the color down. There's not like all this crazy transparency and variation and stuff. It's just he just puts the color down and leaves it, and it's super beautiful. And his students do that too. They're all painting pretty thick with very direct colors.
Oh
It's a really nice progression.
It's just like it's like getting a better sandwich by like using the same ingredients, but just like being more thoughtful and like like cooking it or like the like how much of this and how much of that or like whatever. It's like it's not like radically like different materials or anything, but the amount of like care and analysis.
It's a little bit color, I think, is a big part of it, but also its application too, and like how they're putting on the paint with the thickness and the. I think that the next generation, this Danyan and people were, they're faster too probably, and there's like a little bit of that like, you can feel like the urgency in that Danyan. I think that's really nice.
Yeah, there's also like the just the people from Jerome's generation walking so that these other people could run.
Yeah, 100%.
That's like it's because I do believe that very strongly. It's like no one's achievements really belong to them. You know what I mean? It's like you achieve something, like you're at the end of a relay race, whether you realize it or not. Like there's a bunch of other things that had to happen, a bunch of things that like other people had to discover, whether you've met these people or not, or whether they're like long dead or whatever. You're just kind of like the beneficiary of, this long chain of stuff that other people have done. And that I don't say that as like a bad thing. It's just that like, we're not islands, we're not like separate from each other.
Literally everything works, not just painting.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and it's like people think that like, oh, this genius made this huge contribution to like whatever, like discovered this. It's like, it's very rare that anyone like discovers anything from scratch, like on their own, or invents anything. Like usually the most you can hope for is like you have like a little nugget, like a little grain of sand that you add to this, like, you add a brick to the pyramid. But and if anything, it's like, it's kind of freeing, you know what I mean? It's like, you don't have to worry about like, oh, I'm not a genius or whatever. It's like, I don't even know if that's real. But anyway, back to this guy here. I know that Lewis here like mentioned like not adding more narrative elements, but like this dude's sitting out here holding a gun. I think that's pretty, I would say that there's definitely some kind of narrative here. And he said with guarding something immoral. That's interesting. What would that be?
Yeah, I like the kind of somber nothingness behind him. Like that he's guarding something else.
I mean, Yeah, like what the hell? I mean, that's really interesting because like I like how sparse this is. Like
Yeah.
I actually like the tension of being like, what the hell is he guarding? Like he's guarding something, but like I don't see anything. Like, so what is it? That's actually like more mysterious, I think.
Mhm.
And I would say that like Lewis, if this is like a habit thing, or like not something done on purpose to just kind of put him in the middle, then again, I would, just kind of like think about that just because that's what people default to. Like everyone puts everything in the middle because the way that people think of it is like, hey, look at this thing here, look at it. But, because most of the time you're not going to want things like smack in the middle. But in this case, it actually works really well because it feels like you're walking along this like deserted wood and this dude is blocking your path, and like there isn't really a way for you to get around him. So I think that's actually like, this is an instance of like plopping someone in the middle being extremely effective. Because again, you just have to think about like, what is the, like, how is this supposed to feel? Like, how would this make you feel if you like ran into this guy like this, right? If you were standing over here and you have all this room to like get away from him, like, that feels different than if, he's like just blocking your path. And things that you can play around with is that you could crop this in if you wanted to and make it more claustrophobic. You don't have to. I actually think the framing here is just really, really good.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like, honestly, the only thing I can think of off the bat is like, maybe moving the moon. Like, I almost feel like it's like a little too, unless he's like guarding the moon, which I don't hate, but like, I just kind of want to see like, what does it look like up here? Yeah, I kind of do think there needs to be something up here. I don't know. Like, I'm not like married to this idea, but I think I like it a little better up here. But I think that's like pretty minor. Like that's not
It's the only message this guy's ever sent in my Discord. I was trying to figure out where he came from.
Oh, this person?
Yeah.
That's really fun. Yeah,
He appeared from the shadows just like this figure.
That's so interesting. I don't know that I like. I don't know. You tell me, Jake. Like, I don't know that I necessarily have any like notes in terms of like the arrangement and stuff like that. No. I just kind of want to see like if you resolve it more. It's like,
yeah.
What would this guy be like? Like, who is this? Is he like staring at us, or is he looking off into the distance? Or like, what's up? Like,
yeah. I think the only things that I would push are just the like technical things. You could probably have like more, light hitting the shiny barrel of the gun, and
yeah,
maybe some like moon rim light behind him. But that's kind of the next stage. I think this is a really great composition sketch. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, no, this is like kind of baffling. I like it. Like, okay, wait, hold up. I just want to try this. Like,
maybe I don't know. I was gonna say a tighter. I love composition because I make YouTube thumbnails, and YouTube thumbnails are just pure composition. And kind of every single thumbnail I've made recently, I've made it and then I've just hard cropped like much further into it. Yeah. So everything's like in your face more. So my intention right now, or my impulse right now is hard crop further into everything. But I think the sparseness of this and the space around him contributes to the vibe. So I don't think that that's a good. I don't think it's a good impulse.
No, I think it's like the not centering things, thing where it's like it is usually like appropriate advice, but in this case, like, no, this is fine as is. Wait, Lewis is in the chat. Wait, Lewis, what is the deal with this? Like, where did this come from?
I'm an enigma. He's not going to say anything else.
Never post anything again. Yeah, like we need answers. Like, what is going on here? Like, what is this? What's the story? What's this dude's deal?
That's it.
It's funny because when he said like he's guarding something immoral, I guess like I didn't think of like crime. I thought of like, I don't know, some like H.P. Lovecraft type of thing, like some kind of like I don't know, like ancient ruins or whatever, some kind of blasphemous something or other. But yeah, like what is this? Like. I kind of want like Lewis to say like it's like like painted from life. Like he just like was walking in a field and just found a dude doing this.
We're not gonna get any more answers out of this guy.
No, I don't think so. Oh, that's great. I love that.
That's funny.
Oh, there we go. There you go. Oh, wait, no. Just said booger. Okay. All right. Should we move on to the next one?
Sure. Yeah, I guess. We love to see it. Good job. Yeah. I don't know, make a tarot deck or something. I don't know.
Yeah, what is happening? Put the moon back.
I think just you should grab the next down in a chronological order. The next two down, I think, are awesome.
Okay, yeah.
The next three down, if I have to say.
Father's son making Yule goats for Christmas.
There's another Finn. He's got sketches below this too.
Oh, cool. This looks a lot like, is that an Exceli Galan Kalela painting? Wait, hold up.
That is a name I don't know.
He was a student of Bouguereau and Tony Robert Fleury, but he was he was Finnish. You've seen his paintings. You've seen like some of his some of his nude studies. But yeah, the stuff that he did later on was like, yeah, it like reminds me of like, I haven't seen this one actually. This is pretty sick. God, that's so well painted. That's ridiculous. No, but there's like another one that was even kind of closer to that. So I wonder if this is like a, I'm sure I'm getting like several paintings like mixed up in my head, but I wonder if this is like sort of like a classic sort of like Finnish like theme or something. Yeah, that's super cool. Oh, Vilma says, Exceli Galan Kalela mentioned. Yeah, I got like a couple of Finnish painters that I'm a big fan of. Actually, one of my teachers, Glenn Vilpu, he's, of Finnish descent also. So there's a Finnish connection there. I'm
like 5% Finnish.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We had Christmas ornaments growing up that had like Finnish text on them. That was from like my great grandma.
Wait, really?
It's I lost the touch for the language.
Yeah. Isn't it like one of like the hardest languages to learn, or am I like thinking of like Icelandic? Or maybe?
I don't know, man. That's it. It looks like every letter just mashed randomly.
That's funny. All right, let's go ahead and grab this guy here.
It's funny. There's all these Nordic sounds, like syllables. Like they roll their. I was listening to one of these guys talk. It might have been. I think it was this guy in chat the other day, in the voice chat, and the way they roll the R is totally different from like the Spanish rolled R.
Oh.
But it's still like a rolled R. It's very interesting.
So I watch a bunch of like etymology like shorts on YouTube and like videos about that. Yeah, I just learned about that. Apparently some languages use R as a vowel too, which I don't even know like how you do that. I apparently like even like the like the R in French and like the R in English are like just like different. And I couldn't really spot the difference at first, but I'm starting to. Like my name is really hard to say in French. It's like, like words that start with R, I feel like people have to like wind up for them. It's like if there isn't like, if it's the start of a sentence, it's like it's like starting a motor. It's like difficult. Let's see. So they're making Yule goats. What is Yule? Is that this like plant thing down here, or is that the string?
I also was wondering that.
Yeah,
I was also curious the other. What is Yule Tide? What are the?
Yeah, I'm terrible at like holidays. Like I don't know anything.
Yule is a winter festival.
Oh, so it's not like what they're made out of.
Yule Tide means a Christmas season.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Trying to think here. So one little thing with the perspective that I think you want to be careful with here is I mean, this is like a bit of a technical thing, but since it like affects the whole scene, I think it actually merits like bringing up. But it feels like almost like too abrupt. Like this stuff is like, I mean, it's not parallel, right? Like it is fanning out, but like, you know, the changes in these angles are pretty small, and like this one just kind of feels like pretty like aggressive. Like it feels like the ground is tilting like a little too much. So here it's like it starts to feel like, you know, this is all like normal, 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 and then like boom, the ground is like dropping. Like it feels like a ramp. I think we can also see a little bit too much of the tops of these things for the angle that we're at. So you know, that'll make it feel like, you know, again, like the floor is like, you know, kind of tilted. Someone asked, "Hi guys, how to draw the human body?" This is a small question. Yeah, so
Ramon, where do I start?
yeah, I feel like even that's actually easier than like the
Yeah.
yeah. So here, you know, one thing I would do is maybe like just, you know, have like a box, like a cardboard box around that you can like you know, just like literally like rotate around. Like, you know, Blender's fine, you know, you can do that too, but like even just having something like that on hand would be useful. Let me see. So we're not going to get into like a ton of the perspective stuff now, but just like instinctively, this is what I think this should be like. So this I think should be like a little flatter.
Vibes-based perspective.
Yeah, this is vibes-based perspective. Like maybe something like that. I just think it's happening like too fast. Maybe even that actually, like, so maybe like that. And then I think, oh, I think this is the ramp thing. Like this stuff is going down too much like this. But let's see, like if we had a corner here, this would probably be coming out like that. And, you know, we have like our clues from like this here. So yeah, if this is coming out like this, I know this isn't like, you know, this is a kind of curved or whatever, but I have a feeling that this stuff would be like, the ground would just be flatter like this. So something like that, I think might be a little bit more more appropriate. Here, we'll just get rid of like some of the stuff here, just so it's not like too much in the way. Okay. And maybe we'll just like make this stuff like dark, so we'll do a little Photoshop magic. Oh, or maybe not. Oh, there we go. Yeah, something like that. I like the cat here. Yeah, I think one thing about this is that this feels a little bit more like it does feel like a little bit more posed, right? Like again, you kind of have to ask yourself, like, what is the, you know, what is the point of the story here, right? It's like it's the kind of like it's bonding time, right? It's like bonding time between like, you know, father and son here, right? And you know, the cat's just there to, you know, just be a cat. But I think if you want to like emphasize like the bond, then there's like little things that we can do just in terms of like, because it almost feels like a little too sort of like practical, right? Like it's just kind of like, you know, like a little bit like maybe like mechanical. And so maybe the dad's like leaning forward more, right? Like maybe he's like, you know, leaning forward to like, you know, have the son take like a closer look, or like, you know, like, or like you would expect like a little kid would like lean over because they're like curious, right? And they're like trying to learn something. So like, you know, even something like that, and you know, from like purely like a painting standpoint, like this is really well painted. This is, you know, really cool. All this stuff right here. I just, you know, kind of think that like it's like a little bit too like by the book almost. Maybe like extending it like closer, like because again, a bonding time like this is about like closeness, right? And so like them standing like this far apart. Also, you want to be careful not to just have this stuff at like, like perfectly vertical here, perfectly vertical here. Um, I feel like this should be more just like I don't know, like a little warmer, I guess, in terms of like, hello, son, this is how you do this thing. We've been doing it like this for generations, or like, like whatever. Um, maybe even like I don't know why, but maybe like having like the chair be like a little bit more like pulled back like that. Like I feel like things are a little bit too like perfectly like lined up, like and actually like the chair's like perfectly parallel to these things. So what if we like move the chair around? So like so he's like kind of sitting like the chair's kind of like at an angle to the other stuff. Like I think there needs to be like a little bit more like just kind of like sort of like disorder for it to like feel, like more natural, like kind of to make the scene feel like more lived in. Yeah, he's like leaning forward, like maybe even like, with the leg, this is
I think generally too, I got this Zorn painting pulled up.
Mhm.
I think we can push just the atmosphere and the moodiness and the contrast a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Pretty much in most places, like probably the shadows like inside of like his crotch area and the inside of his thigh.
Yeah.
And some of these lights can probably get pushed out a little harder too, and you can make the sun feel like it's beaming into the room harder.
Yeah.
So you don't need to do so much like texturing work.
Yeah, like I was thinking that too, like like that, like the holy cat, like, illuminated there. But it's almost like because even like having like a really rustic, like sort of like cozy like cabin like this, it's like, what does that like symbolize too, right? It's like there's the cold outside, right? Like the elements, like this, like something that is in some way like kind of dangerous or like whatever, right? And like the bond that people have here, the thing that like, makes their life possible is like a family and like, like the fire and like the structures that they build and stuff. So it's almost like, having like a little reminder of like the elements here. And then this is like, like the warmth of like family in general, but also just like it's like people forming groups or banding together to like survive, right? Like to like defeat the elements like on some level. I think this could be like, more, yeah, like I think this could be like more orange right here. A lot of fire, like it sort of rarely goes like all the way to white. Like maybe like more yellow here. Like but yeah, like really kind of playing that up, like maybe a little bit to white there.
They push the brightness of the reflections in there too.
Yeah, like all of this stuff in here, like this is like, it's really supposed to like keep them warm. So again, it's kind of the same thing that we're telling Jacob. It's like, if you're gonna do it, like, do it or say it like you really mean it, do the thing with like your whole chest, like here, like don't like you don't want to just like sprinkle like a little bit of orange on there again, like really, try to push for that. And actually, yeah, maybe it wouldn't reach him as much. Maybe this would be like more like something you can experiment with, but maybe this would like, light up these features here, and the rim lighting for him would maybe be more from like the window or whatever, but and I do like this here. Maybe even having like a little bit of that kind of halo, because there's probably like, little bits of like dust or like atmosphere, or this like, like light filtering in or whatever. But again, the point here is that there's a gift you know, gift, like, you know, like what, knowledge, shelter, etc., that's like being passed on from like generation to generation. So like, yeah, like maybe like for it to be a little kid too, you know, depends on how, like, you know, little of a kid we're talking, but their features are bigger on their face. Otherwise, you know, it's gonna feel like a very small adult.
You're off duty now. It's about time.
Chin a little smaller.
That makes a huge difference. Wow.
Yeah, and like the thing is that, like, yeah, if it's a kid, it's like, 'cause it looks like a kid that's maybe like 11 or something. It's like you can probably get away with making the head like, you know, bigger, or maybe like, you know, a little bigger than it currently is. But this is like a kid with a lot of restraint. You know what I mean? It's like, again, I would maybe like try to, like, you know, get him like a little closer, or like, you know, just like have him like really be excited about this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just, you know, something like that. Or like, I don't know, it looks like he's handing this to him, like, you know, like, oh my God, thanks, Dad. This is sick. Like, and because this is almost what's missing, because it clearly, like, you know a bunch of stuff about like painting and planes and setting this stuff up or whatever, but that's you don't want to forget about like just the sort of like pure kind of like emotional communication aspect of it, like, which is funny because that can be done, in some ways is done more effectively with, like, even when you're planning it, like with stuff like this. You know what I mean? Like there's a reason why things like that are so you know, like so powerful and like so popular for people to like use to like communicate. Let's see, did I have one of those up here? Oh yeah, like for instance, like this Peter Rome painting here, right? It's like, okay, you got models and they're like fairly realistic characters or whatever, but like the way that it started, you know, like this is so effective at showing these people in shock, right? And it's like, you just do not have to, like, you don't have to bust out all the Loomis heads and the planes and whatever, like, to get like emotion out of something, right? It's like, you almost want to lead with this and then, you know, flesh it out more and add all like the, you know, the sort of more, you know, the more like practical sort of like, you know, like,
Awesome.
I guess like technical stuff. Yeah. Or like, this is a pretty fun one. It's like, I saw this and I was like, wait a minute, like I've seen that before, right? But the thing is that, like, for conveying this like feeling of shock, it's like these are literally equally effective. The fact that this is like, you know, this like shitty like Wojak thing has it is not an obstacle at all for what it, like, these are telling the same story and they're doing it just as well, right? And so I think when you start to overcomplicate it, like, think about how you can reduce it to like the silliest but clearest you know, way of like communicating, you know, the, you know, whatever like feeling you're trying to get across. Again, like, you know, it might literally be this, like, this kid feels more excited, you know, even just like that little scribble, than like this kid here, you know what I mean? So that's I think the main thing I would keep in mind. Like, you know, don't be so worried about, like, again, you know, having like accurate 3D space or whatever, that you forget about, like, you know, feeling this stuff out.
Yeah. I just want to add on to that. I was just looking through some of these Zorn paintings because they have a lot of the similar cabin interiors and that sort of lighting, and I feel like these are really nice. And by the way, the painting's great, and I think he was better at creating illustrations than I am. So, you know, take what I say with however you will. But what I love about how Zorn does this is there's this really nice moodiness where he just lets things dissolve into each other, and even in areas like the face, there's way less value change and transition than what's happening in yours, and it's just a greater sense of contrast and some subtle modulation in the group. But really, it's these big groups, and he's not afraid to let things just drift into very atmospheric shadows and groups much faster. And I think that you could get away with a lot more of that moodiness and romantic mistiness, and it would make your life a lot easier, and it would make the paintings more convincing too. Because that's kind of the way the world works.
Yeah, that's kind of the theme, is like you don't need like that much stuff necessarily. Again, you just have to like again, having a few things but like really well cooked, right? It's like it's not the number of ingredients that makes like food taste good. It's like the care that goes into the selection and the preparation of like a few things. It's like if someone cooks you like a, I don't know, like a really good steak, right? It's not that they added like 50 things to it. It's like the cut of the meat or whatever, or, you know, if you're vegan, whatever, whatever the equivalent is, you know, the cut of the mushroom or whatever. But like, you know, how long it's like exposed to like the fire, like how it's heated up, like that kind of thing. So it's about being like more purposeful and being very clear about what your objective is, like what idea or story or feeling you're trying to get across. There's also a distinction between like studies and, you know, like paintings and also sketches. Sketches are primarily to like convey a certain feeling, like without like a lot of specifics, like without like a lot of like, you know, necessarily like final like details or things like that worked out. Studies are literally where you get to just like be a big fucking nerd and like, you know, figure out every little thing. And then a final painting, you know, it's closer to the sketch than it is to like the studies, in the sense that like it might have a final painting might have less detail than the studies. You might not need everything that you found out, right? But what's important about the final painting is that it needs to convey the same feeling as the sketch. It'll also be more fleshed out from the information that you got from the studies, but before anything else, it has to convey like the same feeling as the sketch, because that's when you were closest to like your, again, like visceral like reaction to like the scene or like the idea or like whatever. So, you know, you don't want to get too lost in the sauce, like with all of like the specific little technical things that you forget like why you're doing this in the first place.
Great. Yeah, let's grab the next one. I'm after that, and then I think might be
All right.
coming to a nice close here. I think we've gone through a good arc. Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Oh, this is like we got like we're getting joy back.
This might be the first happy painting. Is this the first happy painting we've done?
I think so. There was well, one of Jacob's like in the trenches when they were passing the candy cane.
He's smiling with a candy cane.
Yeah,
while a
that
bomb
was
was going off in the background.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, I really like Vilma's work whenever she submits stuff. It's like a
What
nice
the-
feel.
Oh, I love this. What's going on here? Yeah, that's great. You can tell you're like having fun doing this. This is this feels like a take on you know, Repin's Cossacks painting, like the one where they're like at the table and they're like
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
yeah, where they're like responding to, for anyone who's not familiar.
Apply to the
Zaporozhian. Yeah, which apparently never happened. It was just like someone just made that
Yeah.
up, you know. But yeah, it's like the same type of like character study. That's great. I really like. There's kind of like there's a theme of paintings like this that are like, because I would say that like the story in this painting doesn't actually matter that much. Like, at least in terms of like, oh, they're writing a letter to the Turkish Sultan, you know, you don't need to know that to get like the full feeling of the painting. The painting is about like, you know, this like wide range of emotions that these people display, right? Like, especially this guy. But there's, to me, it's like the same thing, the same like kind of format of painting as like Velázquez's painting of the Triumph of Bacchus, of like, which in Spanish they call like the drunkards. You know, it's just like, a bunch of dudes being like raunchy and like getting fucked up. Like
Mhm.
that's what this is too. You know what I mean? Like it's again, it's the same kind of painting. What the nominal story is doesn't really matter that much. You know, it's like, oh yeah, sure, this guy's Bacchus because he's got some leaves on his head. But really it's just like, it's just like a character study type of thing. So anyway, let's hop back in here. Oh, got it all turned around. Um, so do we know what the story is for this one? Or? The forefront character Cap is doing drawings of the event for fun. Oh, interesting. Okay. His friend Gary comes over to warmly check up on him, maybe inviting him to join the festivities. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Is this like Oh, that's cool. So I wonder if this is like an original story, like, or if this is like
I think it's. Well, actually, I don't know.
yeah. I like this guy here. Yeah, I think the feeling of this is really great. Like, um, yeah, and I like the lighting overall too. That's really cool.
Hmm.
I guess like it just kind of depends. Like if because I didn't notice that this guy was drawing to begin with, so it yeah it kind of like you just have to decide like whether that you want that to like be something that people like notice or not. If so, then you probably would have to make this like a little bigger or more prominent. I like how this is cropped. I kind of want it to see like maybe like a little bit more at the bottom, but only to show like more of the drawing. But I'm not sold on that. That's not like I wouldn't say that like 100%, but maybe like. But I guess like clarifying that he's like, drawing these people would be, a good uh idea. And maybe like you could probably get like a little overlap like over this. A lot of stuff here is round. So maybe like making this sheet of paper like, squarish just for the sake of variety would be, not the worst idea. Like just having like, something like that. Again, like if this dude drawing these people is a big deal, then, don't like don't whisper it, you know what I mean? Like you're like, hey, look, like this dude is doing this thing. Um, but I like this a lot. Like these dude like checking in on each other. That's cool. Um,
I think the thing about this composition that, well, it has this very nice like left to right spiral S-shaped composition that leads up into the guy getting hoisted up. I think
yeah,
what I don't like as much is the conga line of food items coming in from the left at this
mhm,
this angle.
yeah,
I think it could feed into the composition a little bit better. It's like kind of this
yeah.
very jarring.
And they're all like evenly spaced and like
Hmm.
politely next to each other. You know,
Yeah.
it's like this here. This is like phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like having the like this is just like it's so well. It's also like hilarious. The color's really good, and just like I just love this pose. Like that is so funny, but it's
Mhm.
also like very visually compelling. Like I think this is like that's great. Um, this doesn't have to be. Because I agree. Like I don't think this doesn't have to be quite as like chaotic as this, but it also like what are the odds that these people are carrying this like again like perfectly like neatly next to each other. Um, and Jake's right. Like okay, so if we have that rhythm set up here, then how about we take this picture and we like make it do something like we
And one of
say,
these people might be balancing one of these off their hip instead of carrying it over their head just to help push that. If you need to move it up or down.
yeah, exactly. Or like also some of these people are going to be taller than other people, right?
Hmm.
And these things are going to overlap. I think having this here, not quite as big as the head. We don't want like, we don't want like two kind of like identical, like, you know, sort of like shapes like repeating there, but maybe like a touch smaller. You know, something like that. But maybe the maybe the plate, like it's like coming off of like the plate that it's like, you know, sort of like being like balanced on or something, right? But yeah, the reason to tilt this like this is so that now this leads into this, leads into this. Like it, you know, it contributes to that. Again, like nothing is you know, just on its own here, right? But like all of these things are like players on a team. I really like how these like characters are done. That's so funny. I would say maybe this getting lost into this, I'm like not crazy about. Like maybe you know, maybe having this character shirtless here or just like some amount of contrast to that. Or if you want to make this dark, then having like a little rim light on this guy's head. You know, either way. But just some kind of because I think there is the risk here that, you know, these like the foreground here and this stuff doesn't feel like it's like separate, right? Like there is a little bit of like not as much like feeling of this stuff being further away. And so that is something that we could work on. Like also here, like this is pretty interesting. So it's almost kind of the opposite of you know, some of the other paintings so far, where it's like, you know, this one is almost like all feeling, but there isn't like a real indication of like, you know, like how big are these people actually supposed to be, right? It's all like kind of like felt out. So there would be some amount of like kind of figuring out like, you know, the more specific things about this, like of the space or whatever. But one thing we can do is like, what if some of these people are like smoking or something, or there's like, you know, dust or like whatever being kicked up from like all the moving around and all the reveling. Like maybe there would be like some kind of like, and that just means that you don't have to like figure out everything for these people at the bottom, but like, what if there's like a little bit of like, you know, like smoke or something, or like it could even be from like, you know, it could be steam from like a samovar or something if they're serving tea, or it could be, you know, from it could be incense that they're burning, right? But just having something like that that like separates these out, and then maybe like just a little, oops, like faking like a little atmosphere like over this, just so they're not quite as high contrast. Let's see, but how do we want to do this? Maybe with like a little bit of like this like yellowy orange. Yeah, just something that makes this stuff feel like it's like, you know, further back. You know, and kind of like belongs more to the background. I think here it's funny because I like how much clutter there is, but there's almost like a little too much. So like, I think you kind of do need some places where it's like you can actually see the table. You know, so like a little bit of that, like you know, like a little bit like here. This is great. I really like that. But maybe like, you know, a couple more like more of these like random little people, creatures back here, like more here, I would say too, like not just like, again, sort of like neatly ending, like, you know, right there. You know, something like that. I like the arm wrestling contest. And like this person like straight up like is like standing up like that. That's just really funny. Maybe like move these people up, because there's not a lot going on here, and like physically it just seems like not enough room for this guy. His arm looks too short. Not so I would shift him up, but not that much, just because it's like, I don't know. The fact that he's down so low is so funny. Maybe like a little bit like that. Oh wait, that's not this person's. That's this guy's
it's
arm.
the foreground's arm. Yeah, I was confused.
Got it. All right, I thought it was like this person just like put. Okay, got it. Oh, this guy I think still does have to go up.
Yeah.
But
he's too scrawny for that arm, I think.
yeah, that's why I thought it was so funny. Okay, then maybe like this does it is a little too close where like it almost looks like it could be this guy's arm. So like I almost kind of get the feeling that like this could be extended. Like if you're like, you know, it's almost like a table spread, right? Where it's like if you have all of this like, you know, merry reveler like type of stuff here, then like you can kind of keep the party going, right? Like a little bit more. So like maybe some of this could be like
Wait, is Vilma finished too?
yeah.
There's a Finn takeover of my Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like just, you know, a little plausible deniability here so it doesn't oh, this is the person's arm. Yeah, like a little clarifying there I think would be important. Like I love the chaos of the scene. You know, it's just like it's funny because this is like the opposite thing where it's like here there needs to be like a little bit more clarifying. Not too much more, you know, but just like little bits. Like I think to carry this further like you would have to like make a maquette or do like a little thing in Blender or something like that. You know, but you really have to be careful not to lose that feeling because this is
Tough.
cause it's so good. It's like,
Yeah.
well, that's one of those things that's like difficult because like it's almost like if you hit it out of the park like too hard, like on like at the very start, then you get like scared to like, you know, like mess it up. But you know, it's like you always have to be open to like fucking it up if you're trying to, you know, like if the story really matters to you, then like, you know, you have to be able to risk that. You know, you can't just like be afraid of like in it, you know, like settle for like an initial success and not like take a chance on the other stuff. Maybe this is lower right here, something like that. Let's
Yeah,
see.
that's much better.
Yeah, and then yeah, and this is again like just kind of reinforces what Jake was talking about, like getting like this, you know, going around. And I would try to do some things to like draw attention to this guy. I think this is the focal point. Like this, you know, to me this feels like the kind of ultimate like culmination of this. But
I would just have I like how the light is coming in, hitting the table. It's hitting the elbow in the front. It's hitting the side of the guy's face. I feel like you could just make the light dance up that pyramid of people's shoulders a little bit stronger to push towards the guy being hoisted up.
oh yeah, like yeah, you can get like a bunch of that up there. You could also like there's you know this sky's like really bluish. Like if it's so bluish, like wouldn't that have an impact on like this stuff too? You know, it's like we've been doing a lot of rim lighting today, but
it's like it's adding drop shadows to stuff in Photoshop. It's make it
is
look 10%
really
better.
Yeah, it is really effective though. For this kind of like dual lighting sort of thing like this, I would look at well, maybe not the brothers, but like Oswald von Achenbach. Here, see.
Actually, that's the way this one prefers it.
There are a lot of like nocturnes here, so he's like Mr. Nocturnes.
Oh, nice. This is a great reference for a lot of these.
This is like this is that YouTube you know that YouTube like YouTube essay lighting like the two lights that
Yeah.
but yeah this is like some festival actually this is like crazy I've never seen it like this high res
It's nice.
yeah that's a beautiful image. Whoa.
That's awesome.
You guys see that the purple here that's amazing. That's what I was saying before, like again to have something feel white, like I think this is like white cloth. It doesn't have to be white, it just has to be like lighter and less saturated than the stuff around it. But yeah, I think like that helps to kind of like, you know, bring the like literally the spotlight to this. And you can like, you know, again, think of that as like a spice or a sauce. You can like sprinkle in little bits of that like into like, you know, like again, you can leave like a little breadcrumb trail, like maybe like a little bit on this guy's head or something like that. Again, you don't have to put it everywhere, but you know, it's a resource. It would be weaker over here because it's pretty far, but you know, that might be kind of cool to have this like, you know, kind of sprinkling in like that. Let's see. I wanted the party to also feel kind of intimidating in its cheer, like the artist guy is partying with this group of fine, saying they're wild specimens. Yeah, I think that comes across. I don't know. What do you think, Jake?
Yeah, I think so. I like the big brutish guy at the front. I think that's a really nice addition to that.
But I think that's like, yeah, the changes in size, like the, you know, of like people really small far away and people really close. That's like that's really, really well done.
I mean, if you want it intimidating in its cheer, that's a really interesting combination of descriptive words. I was going to say, if you want it to feel intimidating, you probably shouldn't have a guy like doing a big smile right at the front. But it is like silly. I think it works. I think it works really well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like I feel like I've seen stuff like this where it's just like intimidating because there's so much going on. You know, it's like there's almost like, where would you enter? Like everyone's already like kind of like laughing together or whatever. It's like if you were like, you know, like airdropped into this, like, you know, how would you like, you know, join the crowd? Yeah, well, that's great. The color's really inventive too. That's awesome. All right, so shall we move on?
Yeah. Got the man himself right here.
Yeah, what's the story here? What's going on?
Santa is hauling his presents to the sleigh, and the reindeer want to take off, and the elves are holding it back. This is one of the rare instances that I was just thinking about this, and I had this kind of image pop into my mind.
Yeah, that's awesome. This is like similar to like Leonid's like chariot painting, but like from the other side.
I had an idea. I was very inspired by like a Apollo, Apollonian style painting.
Yeah.
With and Santa has a Apollo style chariot here.
Yeah.
Not as typical sleigh.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I hadn't even like noticed that. Yeah, that's. Well, we have Finnish people here, so we can get like a reindeer check.
Yeah, the reindeer's not the best reindeer anatomy.
Yeah, that's awesome. Jake and I were talking about this before we started the stream. This is great. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of this too. Like just like the big kind of like, you know, like tornado type of compositions. This is like an upside down like tornado kind of thing, but like the ones where there's like a bunch of stuff like tumbling and just it's great. This kind of reminds me of like a little bit of that like nymph tornado that Bugro did.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, let's see if it's at the Orsay. Just in case anybody hasn't seen it.
Reeds. Isn't it called?
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Something like that. But
a little bit. I'd say mine's a little bit harder, but I respect Bugro for what he did here.
Yeah, he walks so you could fly. That is kind of interesting too, like how like this is relatively closely cropped. Like,
yeah, this is really tight actually.
Yeah, there's not a lot of like unnecessary environment, like which again I think is like I see that come up with composition a lot. Like I do that too, where it's like you sort of go a little too far where you're like, well, could I like just cram this stuff a little bit more? And the answer is yes. Just kind of trimming the fat a little bit.
And that's something I noticed actually. I like to look at, like the Venetian painters are like the best to look at for a lot of this composition stuff. And Titian, he'll like every inch of the painting is just crammed full of stuff. Every corner has something like in it to redirect you.
Yeah, that stuff's so satisfying to look at. Like Veronese too. Like I didn't get the big deal about them when I was younger, like when I first started out.
Yeah, 100%.
But like now I'm like, okay, I get it. That's pretty cool too, like that.
Yeah, I had it horizontal at first, but I decided to make it vertical. I didn't really know how to connect the two groups.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, I like the kind of vertical motion too. Like I think that's more appropriate for like what they're doing. Okay, so this is something that I just like thought of. because it's the same like sort of like, you know, person struggling against like, you know, like whatever four-legged you know, beast of burden. This, you know, this is like an intransigent donkey, and you know all these guys like laughing at that monk.
Great little like sweep back too.
Yeah, no, that one's really a really good one. That dude was one of Fortuni's friends. Unfortunately, he died like really young. Yeah, this is really cool. Like again, I'm a sucker for like a big tumbling composition. You know what? Like, I feel like what we could do with this is almost like there's a reason why I brought up that Samak Ois painting too. It's like I almost feel like it could be like a little sillier, you know, like in terms of like this is pretty funny. Like this guy being like dragged right here. There's, you know, like because these start to get like a little bit similar in like how they're this guy's like not putting in full effort, right? But like maybe one of them is like turned towards us, right? Like they're like actually kind of like, you know, trying to shoulder the burden like that. But at least like maybe like right here. I also think there's a couple places where, because like, you know, this composition is largely what? It's like mostly like, you know, kind of like bluish purple and green with like red accents, right? So I think we could play up the saturation for like these reds, like, you know, I like that a lot. That's like just having like the red
impression sunrise.
Yeah, yeah, Monet would be proud. I think like maybe in here, I mean, I think, you know, we can have like more like a kind of burgundy, you know, sort of thing that we could like play up with these. You know, just kind of sprinkle that in. But, you know, having one of these guys basically like really close to like the ground.
Oh yeah, that's more interesting.
Yeah, just varying the poses, like just kind of like giving each of them like their own personality, like because they're not expecting this, right? And so you would think that like, you know, not everybody's good in the crisis. Some people's like reactions would be like stupid. What I would like, you know, kind of think of here, like, and maybe even like switching up the sizes on them. Like, I don't know, can we have like a jacked like elf? Like I imagine like they all do like slightly different jobs in the workshop, right? Like maybe this, like,
yeah, I think this guy next to the one who's like pulled all the way over, I think he should be like leaning back, skidding on his heels, getting pulled along.
Oh yeah. Well, I think there should just be like more of them, you know?
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah, just like the whole squad had to come out. But I think there are little places in here, especially because this stuff is in shadow, where especially with like greens and that sort of thing, that I think you can like squeeze out like a little bit more saturation, like, you know, just like that slightly more kind of like jewel-like color in these things. Maybe even like, I don't know, this is like this is like a pet sort of like, you know, like pastime of mine, but like trying to get things like almost like pure viridian, like when it's like, you know, green and it's in shadow, like just trying to sneak that in to see like where we can get it. But yeah, for instance, like, okay, this going around here, and then maybe like, I don't know, another one of them, like just like something, you know, kind of crossing over like that way. Or maybe like some of them like kind of facing the viewer, like one of them that's just kind of like, you know, a little like Macaulay Culkin, almost like the oh no type of thing, like, you know, maybe like looking up.
Yeah, or the rope's already snapped out of his hand. He's like running.
Oh yeah, wait, actually, yeah, that'd be sick, like that. Let's see, you know, something like that, like just things that make it feel like more lived in, like maybe like another one of them like just being kind of like useless down here.
That's something that I really appreciate about like Vilma's paintings before, is that they have this very playful element to them. And I get very caught up in the drawing and in the sketch.
Yeah.
It's tough for me to just
I
like
mean,
throw stuff down.
yeah, I'm kind of like, you know, recovering from that too. Like, I think there's like little things that, you know, just kind of can like get like switched up here. Like maybe like these tracks getting like wider here, or having like a little bit more of that right there. Like one thing that I think you might find like helpful as a strategy, or just like fun to do, because I feel like you and I approach this stuff like pretty similarly, is like I will set up the overall colors of the thing, and then I'll just like scribble with like black, like just sort of like, oh, I need dark stuff here, and it's like I just need stuff, right? And then I'll come back and like see if it's going to be another L for what color that's going to be or whatever. But I'm just like putting in noise, right? And it's like, oh, maybe like here it's like we just need like noise of some kind, right? And you might sacrifice a little bit of the color for that at first, but then you can always come back and like just kind of put it in. Like there's almost just like a need to kind of populate this more so that it feels more lived in, right? So there's
that was definitely something I wanted to push with this painting, because I don't know how to draw reindeer from my imagination in various deep perspectives. And I really wanted to just make it like a brown mass and have like some texture and variation. There's lots of great, like Devin does this all the time, Devin Corwin.
Yeah.
Lots of great painters who can just get away with just so much nothingness with a bunch of noise and a good value. And that's it's something I really want to pay attention to more.
Yeah, I mean, I think for this stuff, it's like, I mean, like, I don't know anything about reindeer, but like, even just like, just bean variations, you know what I mean? Like a thing sticking out like this, like, you know, one sort of like rump first and it's like that. But yeah, I do a bunch of that, like where it's like tornado-y things, like, you know, maybe like here having this stuff like, you know, sticking out like a little bit more. It's a little too similar there, but you know, maybe you get to see like one of the legs for this one right here. You know, this one you get to see the horns more. Maybe this one like just at the very, you know, cusp up here. You know, if there's like more of them here, again, just kind of like the legs kicking up. I think here just like some noise and some like occlusion shadows of just like stuff happening there. Like that would be, I think that would be good.
I started drawing them and then I Googled it and I was like, shit, there's 9 reindeer. That's a lot of reindeer.
Wait, that's how many are like in the sleigh thing?
Yeah, dude, Dasher and Prancer and, you know, Rudolph.
That's funny. And you know there's like sticklers for that. They're like, well, actually, you didn't get all.
I know, yeah.
Oh, dude, what about this? Like, what about with his wheel falling off?
Oh, that's silly. I like that. Yeah, that would fill that space well, too.
And that would be interesting here because like it can be dark against the snow, but light against the like light against this other stuff here.
Great, yeah.
You know, and it's like, yeah, maybe like this one too, like just tilting the wheel a little bit so it's like this shit's like falling apart. Like,
Santa's not delivering any gifts this year, man.
oh yeah, where is the? Oh, he has the presents with him.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like, because that'd be funny if they were like tumbling out, but yeah, like I think populating it more like that, and then I think like a little bit more of a reaction out of him would be good. Like even just like him like looking up and like, what the fuck, like.
That's really the mantra of the day. It's just to push everything.
Oh man, it's just so funny because like I was told to do this so many times by Will when I was in school, and I just like it. It's funny to be the one saying it because like I was really bad at like exactly this. Like this is like the thing that I was like the worst at. You know, and I think I was too self-conscious, you know, and like too much of like a perfectionist. Oh my God, what if like Mrs. Claus is like back here? She's like, oh my God, what's going on? You know, like something like that. Like, I don't know, maybe like some of the presents spill out or something. Like that would actually be like pretty cool for like getting like little like pops of, you know, just like more
Yeah.
like saturated color, like just more saturated versions of like the colors that you already have. But
And then we have a slight aurora borealis that has the same saturated colors in the sky.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what they're flying toward. That's what this runs on. I think with the clouds here, we might even like just these parts of it are looking like I think a little too similar.
Yep.
This stuff. So maybe just like a consolidating swirl. You know what I mean? Where it's like, okay, like just kind of tying these together a little bit more, and it kind of like a counterpoint to this, right? Like a, you know, like that against that. It's almost like this is like you know, like a yin and yang kind of thing going on here. I think you know what I think would be cool with these two. These colors are really great. That's awesome. Like having them as like a gradient. You know, like just kind of having them like.
I wanted to push that red from the, because it didn't have any of that red in there at first, and then when I drew Rudolph's nose, I started to push a little bit more red into that.
I think that looks great. That's just like, I don't know, it's just like a really cool, like, you know, I don't know, it's like a really cool like little like wild card, you know, stuff that you don't like expect. And you know, that's the thing, like you know, for all of you guys that are like starting out, you know, it's like there's no, like when you're looking at your own work or you're looking at someone else's work or like whatever, like again, there's no necessarily like right or wrong answers, but also like we're just trying stuff. It's like I had no idea like what like you know, it's like there was like I didn't have any like preconceived idea, you know, with like any of these like walking into the stream, you know. It's like you kind of just ask like, okay, what if I did this? And then you try it, and then like, well, what if you did that? You know, it's like maybe it's, you know, maybe you get something cool and unexpected, or maybe you don't, or like, hey, this doesn't quite feel the way that I would like it to feel. So like, you know, well, what is the most obvious thing that would make it feel that way? And then you do that, and then from there you can say like, okay, well, maybe it's like that's a little too, you know, ridiculous. So then you can, you know, but that's something you can work with, you know, at least. You have a kind of like a, you know, some kind of starting point. But that's a lot. A lot of it's just asking yourself questions. You know, it's like, what would happen if I did this? Like, I don't know. Like, let's find out. Maybe like a softer shadow right there. I think this is really. I like the color of the snow. I think here, I think is really cool. Like, and just as like a flatter element against all of like the noise here. I think that's. I like this too. I think yeah, our little like tornado thing is working pretty well. One thing that I think we could do is, I feel like I don't want to start a debate about whether cake is bread or not, but I think it is. But this is like, you know, like the bread here, the bread part of the cake is pretty damn good here, I think. So like, you know, it's like kind of sprinkle time, you know, it's like where can you like toss in these like little bits of like, you know, like the red, you know? And yeah, I wonder if like I don't know, what if we tried it over here, like would that do anything? Or like, is there a way that we can sneak some of that into, you know, this stuff back here? Maybe not, you know, but, or even that, like, could we put in like a little bit of like kind of purplish, like, you know, in those trees back there? And what about this here? You know, is there a chance that we can like, I don't know, like toss in some places like, because I almost feel like everything in this painting is either kind of like purplish or it's kind of like greenish, right? So like the snow is fairly neutral, but is there a way that like in select places we can like lean it a little bit more in the direction of like what the, you know, I was say the gremlins, the elves are wearing? You know, it's like, are there little opportunities to like toss in like a slightly greener thing, or like maybe in the crevices in the snow, because snow has subsurface scattering, right? So like,
That's what I did for some of the heel dragging marks of that guy on the left.
Oh, the ones here, yeah.
Some of that, yeah.
Because that's like, yeah, that's like a cool opportunity to like toss that in. Like, I mean, maybe even like, you know, just get like more of it, or like,
Yeah.
Just like this dude's getting dragged. Like that's so funny. Yeah, but like yeah, maybe something like that. I thought for a second about like what if I don't know if this is overkill, but like the moon or something. But I think I'm just
Yeah,
like
I had it there at first, but it doesn't make sense with the light either. Although you did soften everything up a good amount, which makes I think it looks a lot nicer.
I think I'm just too like Achenbach brained after seeing that painting. It's just like I don't know. I'm just like I fully like bought into just like getting like this like you know like weird like cool like moonlight into everything. But oh wait, hold up. Just one little thing. I just want to see if this makes like would make any sense at all.
It's crazy how much of a difference that Chariot has with just like a little bit of soft lighting. Like you really didn't change anything in the bigger
Not
and more
really.
tilted wheels. You really didn't change much at all, but it looks a lot stronger now.
Yeah, like here, let's group this together to do that. It's not like all the bones of it, are good. You know what I mean? Like it's like I think that's what happens a lot. Like that's the usual evolution where it's like it's it's like you start with something that you're like satisfied with, like the core of the idea, is something that you like, that you're willing to invest in. But, then you have to like, yeah, kind of go and like populate it, like kind of like live in it, right? Because I think that's maybe like a good takeaway, for everybody from this is that like, what did we talk about like most of the time that like we were doing this? Like we're
No
just
matter
talking
the
about
skill level.
storytelling. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's like you don't need to be able to, know all this anatomy to be like, I'll add more elves. Like, you know what I mean? That's within your reach at any given point to like decide that. Or like, hey, I have a red thing here. Maybe I should have more red in other places. So I think like, but part of the reason or part of the way that we made those decisions was just thinking like, what would this elf be thinking? Or like, how would Santa Claus be like reacting? Or what would like the reindeer be doing? Like, it's more about like actually believing in like the little world that you're making and trying to get into the head of like your characters, like not thinking of it as like I'm painting elves, but more like I'm an elf. Like if I'm this elf, like what would I be thinking? What would I be doing? Right? How would I be reacting to this? So I think things like that, are more useful, at least for like, for storytelling, composing, than obsessing too much about like perspective or whatever. Like there's a time to do that, but you end up using less technical perspective than you might think. I saw that Jacob had a question here. How do you know if you're pushing too far? Like if you start with a core idea, how do you decide what is adding to that idea and what is just creating entropy? I'm a couple minutes behind on the stream. I mean, one person's like excitement is another person's like chaos, right? So there is like, the the margins are different for like different people, right? But I think because you're not adding like chaos or like entropy or like exaggeration for the sake of adding it, you like you'll know based on like how that feels again for the idea. Like because like for this painting, it's like it's like semi-serious, right? But it's playful. Now, if we made this like a really, I don't know, like a booger or something, or it's like really somber, like that might not be appropriate for like the subject because it's not playful enough, right? But if we let's say, but there is, even though it's like it's like playful and there's like a kind of like what would you call it? Like it's still a relatively realistic painting, and there's like an element of like believability in this, right? So if we made every color like super saturated, like there's definitely a point where it's like that would not feel real. And because everything else does feel relatively real, because this doesn't, now that's disruptive, right? Or for example, like if you made something like, I don't know, maybe like so silly that it like draws attention to itself and detracts from the rest of it, then like maybe that would be like a problem. Or like, for instance, like it was funny to add like this wheel coming off, right? But it's like coming off in such a way that it still holds together with the rest of this. It's like it doesn't draw undue attention to itself. But if, for instance, we decided that like, let's keep pushing and let's see what we can do with that wheel flying off. If it's flying off like this and it's funny, what if the wheel is flying off like this and it's like blocking the viewers, like, you know what I mean? It's like coming right at you. And it's like, well, that blocks like most of it. And then now it dominates the whole composition. So maybe that's a little too much for us, right? So it's like, it's up to your discretion and like, you know, just whatever like degree of like seriousness or like ridiculousness you want in your painting, or believability, or just like, you know, if you want things to be like more, you know, maybe like decorative or not so beholden to like reality, then like, you know, you're the one that's kind of like in charge of that. But there isn't like a set degree of like, you know, a set degree of like chaos that's acceptable, or a set degree of like order that's acceptable. So here, I'll show you like one last example. Because again, this is like a matter of taste, even in work that's like substantially sort of like realistic or something. Like, let's say a painting by Ingres, like something like this, right? Where like this is a painting that emphasizes like unity at the expense of like variety. Like there might have been like, I'm sure there were like some stray hairs here, right? Like there maybe were more, you know, like color variations, you know, like on her flesh or something, or just like, you know, everything here is like very arranged, right? And the goal here is to like discover order in, you know, nature or like in a person, right? So like everything's like almost like a little bit more organized than you know, than the person might have looked like just, you know, off the bat. But if, for instance, you looked at this painting by Fortuny of, you know, this like nude old man in the sun, Fortuny was really interested in variety. He was interested in like changes. Actually, this is not a good reproduction. Hold on one second. Because the better reproductions actually show like more of the color changes that he was interested in. Let's see, is the...
Fortuny gets away with it. Every time, man. He just gets away with it.
Oh, yeah, like to like a ridiculous degree. And some people hated him for it. Like almost no English critics liked him. They thought it was like too ostentatious. Like he was like a show off is what they thought, right? Because he'll do stuff like this. Like he plays up the differences. So he's like, you know what? That patch of this guy's white beard looks kind of greenish to me. And like this thing, you know, this part right here feels like a little bit purplish.
Yeah.
Or like this patch right here. And look, even like everything from the color to like the jumpiness of the values to like the variations like in the form, all of this is all about change, right? It's like all about like what's different, what's different, what's different. It's all contrast. Whereas again, this Ingres is more about like, and Fortuny hated Ingres' work. He said it was like there's like
so
in their veins. And I'm sure Ingres wouldn't have liked Fortuny's work that much either. But you know, here it's like looking for similarities. Here it's looking for differences, right? And you know, to Ingres this would have been like way too much, and to Fortuny this would have been not enough. So you know, even within like what people might consider like realistic art, there's like a pretty big range. So there's no like sort of like, it just depends on like what you want. So like the clearer you can be about what you want, the more likely it is that you're gonna like hit that target. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's a good spot to leave it off at.
Yeah.
Obviously didn't get to everyone, but I think that the path we took through the submissions that we did applies to everybody. So even if you didn't get your specific critique done, then it's all the same, you know. And really for even the people that we did right at the beginning, we talked about the most fundamental stuff. It's the same things that you're talking to me about, or Vilma about, or Hugo about. I think that it doesn't matter what skill level you're at. It's really just about these big ideas, and that's what composition is at the end of the day. It's the biggest ideas possible.
Yeah, and like, you know, basically for everybody's work, like obviously some of the critiques were like, you know, personalized to a degree, but like Jake said, a lot of this is like the larger point is that this is about like asking questions, right? And again, like more fully investing in what you're doing. Like if you don't believe, you know, what you're doing, then like how do you expect like other people to like believe you? You know, because this is you know, you're just trying to communicate with like other people. You know, this is like, you know, painting is not that different from like talking or from writing or from, you know, any other like form of communication. And so the same things that make your communication compelling, you know, in other areas are going to make it compelling, you know, in painting or in drawing. So, you know, I think that's the stuff to keep in mind. So, you know, if you know, look at your work, ask yourself what you were trying to do. If you don't know, try to clarify it, and you know, from there, see if like, is it could you push it more? Could you make it clearer? Could you, you know, etc.
Yeah.
And try to have fun with it. You know, that's another important.
That's really important. It's the hardest part too.
So I'm like progressively getting covered in more cats.
Yeah, they're moving in. I can sense that you're becoming, you have more attention.
Yeah, since you guys wanted cat cam, this is Meatball. That's Cooper over there.
That's funny. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna let you go, Ramon. I am going to review some emojis that were made for the Discord. Talk to my chat for a few minutes.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Ramon. Thanks so much for coming on. Actually, one thing too. Ramon Hurtado.com. Oh, he's got it. RamonHurtado.com. If you like the way he talks, he's got great courses. He taught me a whole bunch of stuff. Perspective but fun. Narrative painting masterclass. Of course, Ramon painted this big, beautiful narrative painting, and he showed the full process. If you are interested in this stuff, there is so much more to this, and he goes over this is the early stages, which he goes over, and then he actually shows how he made models and references and all sorts of stuff to actually bring this to life. Which is really cool. It's the natural progression of this. So definitely check out Ramon's stuff. He also just has some cool free resources on here too. There's some 19th century paintings and such, and some downloadable high-res images of artworks that you can copy or study, which is really cool. Also some old blogs on here that are really good. I don't know where a blogger Ramon is.
Yeah, well, yeah. Thank you guys for having me. Yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you for, you know, all the hard work you guys put in, and yeah, Happy New Year.
Very good.
All right, take it easy, everybody. All right, Meatball, Cooper, say bye.
Oh, fuck, dude, I didn't let Meatball and Cooper say bye. We're cursed. We're cursed with the kitties. Guys, we gotta go over some Discord emojis. Did a little like challenge someone suggested a few weeks ago to look at, or to have the Discord community make some emojis for the Discord, so that's what we're gonna look at right now. Also, I'm just gonna talk a little bit about the future of the channel, future of us, because I feel like we've changed, we've grown apart, you guys. The streams, we've grown apart, and our love has changed. But first, let's talk about the Discord challenge. Let me bring my face into here. Which one am I? I'm over here. I need to be in here. Get me in here. Low. Listen, I can't resurrect the cat saying goodbye. They were lost the time. I'm sorry, Meatball and Cooper, I'm sorry. They'll come back or something. Yeah, let's look at some emojis. This is where the cursed, horrible side of my Discord gets shown. Yeah, actually, I shouldn't spoil. Close your eyes. Okay. How do we want to do this? I think that everything else, it should be dictator's rule. So whatever I feel like. But we can do some voting, I think. I do really like this guy. I'm a little bit concerned about how he's gonna look when he's turned into an emoji, like really small. It might be good though. I'm gonna put this one in tomorrow, okay? Next up, we got Marty234. Wait, is that the guy in chat? No, it's just 2 red profile pictures. Man, I don't even know what I was going with. Mouse drawing ain't bad. I kind of really love this guy. I want to put on some let's get some crazy hype music going. Let me grab my bookmarks bar. You get a little bit of energy. Everyone needs to wake up. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. The Jictum Draw intro anthem. Oh shit. Oh, where was I? I'm over here. Let me pull the chat back up. I'm really slow at live streaming. There's no ranking. There's no top 1. I kind of love this guy. Whenever somebody says like, oh, I'm so bad at drawing, I'm never going to be good enough. I think that this is the default emoji reaction. And this is a 10 out of 10. This is emo white boy. That's probably what I'm going to call it. That's getting added for sure. We got Toko with a painted portrait with a Snapchat filter. Toko, my brother. It's not going to look good when put into a little box. Too small. This one's kind of good, but Carmen kind of beat you. Carmen put in way more effort. I'm not adding any emojis that were drawn on. This is kind of insane, actually. You gotta get real paper, man. How do you not have? You only are on lined paper. I'm skipping this one. We already have hard winter. Okay, I think this is a pass. Now we have the Mogger to end all Moggers. Carmen cooked it, this one. This would be yours truly. Wait. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's getting added. No cat ear stickers are getting added of myself, but we will hit this one. We're smashing on this guy right here. This is a good Razai mentioned. Good little cook. No. Any other thoughts? Okay, moving on. I didn't realize these were all going to be Jake themed. I suppose the server is Jake themed, but yeah. I think it's uncanny. I think that is uncanny right there. We're adding Giga Chat Jake. Giga Jake. Jake. No, I'm not gonna play with the. We're not doing any wordplay. What's going on? Hero. I'm learning Finnish, guys. When I first saw this, when I first saw it, I thought this was Ahigo Cat Jake. I wasn't pleased. Apparently, it's Silly Cat. This is not gonna give me what I want. How many Silly Cat tongue out is there? This one. I can act rather silly at times, but it's also not this. It didn't need to be me. That's what I'm most confused about. This could have just been Silly Cat. Why did you give it a mustache in a middle part? Also, we gave it the Instagram filter, blue eye beauties. Guys, I mean, all right, I'm gonna poll this one. I'm gonna leave this one up to democracy. How do I do a poll? Let me do a poll. Poll. I don't know how to do a poll. / poll. We're hitting it. It didn't work, guys. It did not work. I found it. Start a poll. I can't get over Ahigao Cat Jake. Okay? That one's being left up to democracy. I advise you to vote for your own good. I am keeping track of all the yes voters, and I do have the ability to revoke. My uncle works at Discord. My uncle works at Discord, and he will ban you from the server. Just saying. Just saying. Next. What does this mean? What does this mean, chat? Not looking good. We got 20 votes. Polling at 18%. What does this mean, chat? What are we doing here? What context do you use this in? I need somebody to tell me what context you would use this in, and then I will accept it. Who is that? This one makes me crack up every single time. We can rip it. We can run it. Means power! I need the tonsil stone. Power! Okay, we'll use it. My boy, you just sent this in? Pack? Are you Russian? Rash? Who's that? Why is he... Do I have the whole thing? But this little dude in the corner? Who is this? Lol. Pack, I know you're watching right now. What the fuck is this? Me, literally. That's not you, literally. That's not what you look like. None of you out there look like that. Also, this person's cross-eyed. The one eye's looking this way, the other's looking this way. And also his lips are very low. No offense, Rack, or Ras, or Pack. First attempt at MS Paint. How'd you get it to be so smooth with MS Paint? You know where you are right now? My friends, we're adding Silly Cat Jake, white boy variant with the blue eyes. We'll add power. Katie's 400th emoji being added to the server. I do kind of want to add this, but as the whole thing. Maybe we can add this as the whole... Bro! We can add it as the whole thing and make it called bad composition. Thinking like bad composition. Oh god, composition. No. That's what I'm thinking. We'll see what we can do here. Okay, I'll add all these in the morning. Next challenge tomorrow. We can either do a cast or a portrait. I want to do a bust, you know, a head of some sort. I'm trying to bust. We can do a cast or we can do a portrait, a copy. I'd probably rather do a real human being. If anyone has any nice human being photos of faces and their facial features, send them in with nice lighting and suchery. And I can take a look at those and we'll decide on something, or send over your favorite cast and we'll make a little thread for that tomorrow. Just a nice little classic head drawing challenge. The feeling when next challenge is tomorrow. So true. Also, next video is going to be on Blender and 3D and virtual production, which you guys can figure out what that means or just wait. But it's going to take a while. It's going to be probably mid-February, to be honest. It's going to be quite a while. So deal with it. You know, people ask me a lot for the Roblox stuff, and it probably would do well, but I'm just interested in I'm not interested in making slop content. I tried slop for a while, and I just think there's too much of it on YouTube. You know, all these big people are just these streamers that try to put out as many hours as possible, farm as many clips as possible, and I'm just bored of it. And I think that we can do so much better. And the type of content I've been doing it's very slow and it takes a long time, but I feel like I'm building something that is gonna have some staying power. And it's gonna last for a long time. And that's what I'm interested in, is kind of creating some content that people can kind of go back and watch. Maybe one day I'll make the side gaming channel. So who knows? But yeah, I'm just interested in making these big projects right now. It's worse financially than me. I'm making less money, but I don't care. You know, I'm doing something that I'm much more passionate about and can further my goals of art as well. So that's where we're at right now. You're not going to see any Roblox videos coming out. Just bigger and crazier videos with better cinematography, better editing. I'm going to learn 3D so that I can do VFX and 3D production stuff, which is some really crazy stuff coming out. So it's gonna be a minute, but that's what's up. That's what we're doing. Yeah, I mean, anything you guys want to talk about, or I mean, that's probably the end. I'm probably gonna go make some katsu curry, some chicken katsu curry, with some potatoes, onions, carrots, garlic. Money is just a concept. Yeah. That's why I tip my landlord. I don't need it. He does. Land isn't a concept. Being a landlord's cool as fuck. You get to be a lord of land. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll make like the gaming channel or something one day, but I don't know. I have a lot more to do. I have a lot more to give than just kind of fun content. Although I do think the fun content's important for expanding the reach. It gets like people who aren't into it, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll make like a unique spin on it. There's a lot of ideas I need to do first. Probably dark fantasy after this video. I'll probably immerse myself back into the dark fantasy, and I can use some cool 3D stuff. But the goal is to have like, when I say virtual production, I'll actually just describe it. If you guys have ever seen CoffeeZilla or whatever on YouTube, like he's got this whole 3D animated background set. That's what I want to make. I want to make a custom 3D animated background set that I can keep making and adding assets to that build off of the video, that build a story. I don't want to just pull up an image that just floats, you know, right here next to me while I'm talking into the camera. I want to actually interact with the world that I'm in, and you know, yeah, I don't want anything to I want everything to be there for a reason. That's kind of the goal, because I want these videos to really start to build on each other and create something more. And I'm really starting to appreciate video as a medium of the art itself. I think that's really important. Yeah, I like making videos, you know, to the detriment of practicing art, but that's okay. I think that I've just always really struggled a lot with actually applying what I like to do to, you know, to art. Like, I think the best way to learn art is to actually do this composition stuff and to make finished paintings and to keep improving. But I've always really struggled with that, and I've always been more content to just do studies and the academic stuff. And I like being the technician and learning all these little individual details and knowing the history and knowing these bits and pieces. But there's plenty of people in my Discord who know way less about history, who know less about anatomy, who make way better paintings than I do. And can paint faster and make cooler illustrations and stuff like that. And the medium that I've actually really come to appreciate and like is making videos. That's where I feel like I'm not the master of everything, or I'm not the master of anything. I just use whatever little bits and pieces I know, and I'm constantly learning new cool little things, and I can actually, instead of obsessing about all of them, I just make cool stuff, and that's what I really like. Do I have a sketchbook? Yeah, I can show you guys a sketchbook. This is the little marker sketchbook I got recently, and I've just been doing these marker sketches in it. So I've just been studying some drapery. I'm actually in Ramon's drapery class right now. Ramon's teaching an online drapery class. I've just been doing these little where's my hands? Little doodles and like Ohuhu markers. I'm going back to Copics after these Ohuhu markers, though. I don't like the Ohuhus at all. We got a little charcoal one. Actually, the Ohuhu. God, I hate that. I'm not saying that word anymore. The Huhu markers. They perform just as well as the Copics, and they're like a quarter of the price, so they're totally worth it. They are just, whoever named these things is fucked in the head. This is a 36 marker grayscale set, and the names are insane. They're all over the place. The values don't make any sense. There's no, in the 36 marker grayscale set, there is not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 value scale. None of them have a clear value scale. The numbers don't correlate to each other at all. Anyways, the markers are good though. Just need something cheap. I just spent like $150 on Copics, so you don't really get a whole lot of options. Here's a drapery study I did last night or 2 nights ago. I'm layering with the white gel pen. I'm trying to really learn different like methods of layering this stuff, so I use the white gel pen, and it's just because markers, once they go down, you can't make it any lighter, and you want to be able to broadly block out an area and then lift some highlights out of it later. The white gel pen works the best. Also, Prismacolor whites work decently well too, and I've been using the Conte sketching crayons as well. Conte sketching crayons, they work pretty well too. I'm experimenting with that. That was the most recent one I did. Decent drapery on there. Something spilled. Oh, my coffee spilled on this morning. That's that. And then I got a bigger sketchbook here. Got a whole bunch of figures in here. This is the first batch of figures I did in a long time. Oh, it's just really thick. There's a whole bunch of figures in here. I really don't have a good way to turn these pages. More figures. There is some bleed through on this, I didn't realize, so you can only use one. If you do markers on one side of something, you have to, can't use the other side of that. This is the Ohuhu, just mixed media sketchbook. Is that portrait I did? Yes. More figure sketching. Oh, that's good. Guys, I'm fucking busy. It's hard to set up a stream. Some more figures. Another portrait. I started this, but I got lazy. That one doesn't look very good. More figures. Just been enjoying kind of loosely sketching figures. There's a thick Miss Santa. A little bit of fupa. More figures. He's going to cheat again. I haven't cheated in any. This one was kind of sad. These were nice sketches and I got a lot of bleed through on it. So that sucks. And then, I have more drapery studies in here, actually. So a whole bunch of drapery studies I did. Some of these are actually, I like them. I did them on New Year's Eve. Nice little night. Did this one from life. It's my little, my cast. Just had it leaned up against the wall. Studies from, I'm gonna remember the Russian name right now. Not Ugrov. Oh, I can't remember his name and it's making me so mad. It's a Russian anatomy teacher. Nobody knows the name of this guy. Oh, Yevgeny Kurkov. whole bunch more figures. These take like 15 to 30 minutes. That's how long I spend on them. I don't time them. I don't time any of my figures. I think there's very little reason to be honest. There's a lady. She's in the moonlight or whatever. Chilling. Big chilling. Smoking crack. Some more figures. Yeah, these ones probably a little bit faster, close to the 15-minute mark, give or take. Some of them might even be closer to 10. Almost done. This is kind of overcooked. A lot of these drapery studies are just really overcooked. I'm just really still trying to figure out like all the values and the layering of this stuff. The layering just, it doesn't, it's really hard because obviously you can't, once marker goes down, it goes down. But with this slightly absorbent paper, it gets lighter as it dries and it spills out a little bit more, softens up a bit. And then if you put Prismacolor on top of it, you can't do any more marker. So some of this stuff gets a little bit mushy, a little bit muddy. That one's best. Did a little bit of a marker on top of these just to denote the halftone shadow. Some of that. Once you put the marker on top of graphite, you can't erase the graphite, but you can erase the graphite before you do it. This is the composition you guys already saw. Oh, and I did this Boldini portrait the other day. I'm really happy with this one. It's nice. I need to do kind of longer work. I've been getting hella lazy with a lot of this stuff, so. I forgot how long stuff takes. Yeah, that's the end. Yeah, that's. I have a whole bunch of other sketchbooks, but those are the ones I've been working in. Just kind of sketching in daily. I'm taking the last like couple weeks off, so really getting back to serious work tomorrow. I've been slightly getting back to work the past couple days. So I feel like I am starting to figure out some of the marker stuff, and it's just fun to work at the medium. It would be more, I told this to Ramon the other day, it would be more efficient if I just did the drapery studies in charcoal, but I don't really care that much about doing a whole bunch of drapery studies, but I do like figuring out the medium. So it's a nice way to just, it's a little mini game to play, basically. So, I think any way you can make stuff fun and find a purpose is, that's what I've been talking about all day. Yeah, I mean, listen, guys, this has been fun and all. I'm going to go make some katsu curry. Thanks for coming to the stream. Thanks for participating in the Discord. Thanks for being an amazing community. Love you guys. Everyone's done a really fantastic job. Sorry if we didn't get to your composition, but really you should watch it anyways because you're going to learn a lot, and I think that's really nice. Next big project is 3D in Blender for the entire month. That's going to get turned into a video in February. And the video is going to be kind of crazy too. It's going to be a lot of VFX and special effects and virtual backgrounds and stuff like that. That's kind of my goal.